Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Allen County Fair in Lima, Ohio. Ohio Colt Racing action tonight. 13 big ones carded. Doug Ballinger along with Ashley Daly. Ashley, you got to put up with me for 5, and then the Hall of Fame announcer Roger Houston's coming over.
I know.
He's going to call the first 5, and he'll join you the rest of the
Which
evening.
which one's worse to put up with? I don't know. I don't know. But happy to be here as always. I feel like Lima's always in my rotation. It's not too far away from me. I grew up coming here. I actually spent a lot of time on the riding horse side.
Okay.
During kind of like the fall, winter, they hold some really nice barrel circuit races up here. So I'm very familiar with the track and the fairgrounds in general. So happy to be here for 13 races.
An easy trip for you, right down
Yes,
I-75?
Not too bad at all. Actually, I'd say a little bit closer to get here than it is to get to the OHHA office every day. So not too bad.
So we got a field of 6 for the first race. We're going to open it up with a 2-year-old filly pace for $5,323. Roger has called them out. I see 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to have a post parade here pretty quick. Get this post parade in, and we'll go through the field. Score 8 wide here tonight.
Say it's a nice big track.
Nice big track. The one race, I don't know if it's a signature series, a Dunlap Renner, the pace, whatever. There's 8 in it. They was hoping for 9. They've never been able to use the number 9 saddle pad yet. They'd had 8 on gate with 1 trailer.
4, 2 to go. 4, 2 to go.
I see 5.
I do see 5 on the track. 6 is stepping on right now. For 13 races for the Colt Stakes, we're kind of all across the board. We do have 2-year-old filly pacers, 2-year-old colt trotters, 3-year-old colt pacers, 3-year-old filly trotters, the youth series, and as Doug mentioned just a second ago, the signature series pace is also hosted tonight. 77 horses have been dropped in the box, representing 42 trainers today.
Ronnie Gillespie is the horse we're waiting on, I believe. Ronnie is out. 72 different trainers.
77 horses, 42 trainers. Yes.
We raced this afternoon at Wellington, Wellington, I believe.
Let me open my Huff's guide. At Wellington was it, but I'm not sure what time they went off.
They might have started at noon or 11. Roger Houston had a winner there today, Eckerd Hill Brady.
11 a.m. today. You're right. It was earlier today. We should be the only game in town this evening, and then we'll pick up with quite a handful of fairs tomorrow.
Yes, Hicksville goes tomorrow.
And Woodsfield as well.
Okay, Woodsfield will most likely be an afternoon session.
Woodsfield tomorrow starts at 3 p.m. and then Hicksville at 6:30, which is, of course, the same post time we are back for the final day here of the Allen County Fair.
Things are really heating up, not only in the office for you guys, but also on the set in the evenings with so many fairs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's always the same every single year. You think you're prepared for it, and then you're never really are.
Division 2-year-old filly pace, first division, sponsored by Charles Lehman Funeral and Cremation Services. And these are the horses for the first. Number 1, Skimming the Sand. The driver, Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2, Deborah L. with Hank Levan. Number 3, Odds On Skunk Works. The driver, Dale McVeigh. Number 4, Across the River with Roy Burns. Number 5, Crosswinds Susie Q. The driver, Jason Beatty. And number 6, AVF Felicity, Alex Hawk in the sulky.
Taking a look for the first division of 2-year-old filly pacers, purse of $5,323 on the rail. Skimming the Sand. This is Ryan Miller trainee, Ronnie Gillespie in the bike. This is a down by the seaside of a Dragon Again mare. Is it the board? Actually has won half of her lifetime starts, just 4 starts so far as a freshman. Last time out was a wire-to-wire winner at Salina. Should mention, though, a few back did step it up into the Buckeye Stallion Series up there at Northfield. She was 4, so in the money, timed her mile 1:57 and 4, 6,800 made, and originally a $30,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected.
Ashley Leader 2's Deborah L. Hank Levan trains and drives this 2-year-old black filly, a $10,000 Ohio Select purchase last fall. Black filly by Racine Hill out of the Western Terramare. Private Performic has yet to find the winner's circle. Has 2 seconds, 3/3, 12,000 this year. Owned by the Levan Stables and Dharma Fall Racing and Freeze and Elm Levan of Woodstock.
The 3, Dell McVeigh trains and drives Odds On Skunk Works. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of Odds On Sarasota. This is her second lifetime start. Actually just recently came from the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn. She tried to go at Ottawa a couple months back. Ended up 6 at distance.
Roy Burns will drive number 4 across the river. Burns also trains and owns in partnership with Melissa. 4 starts on the year, is yet to hit the board. Last time out, finished 5th, beaten 6 1/4. Did pace the mile in 2 minutes at Sliner. That's the 4 across the river.
And the 5, Jason Beatty, now up for Tommy Jones out of a Western, or excuse me, not out of, but is a Western fame mare. Crosswinds Susie Q, 7 starts on the year, 2 third-place finishes, and they both came very beginning of July. Had his 3rd place at Wilmington as well as Lebanon. Timed the better mile at Wilmington, and at 2:03 and 2 final quarter there. 29 and 4, $2,400 made for this filly. Originally just a $3,500 purchase out of the Blooded Horse, which is coming up very quickly.
Yes, I believe next Tuesday.
Yes.
That's going to be a big day. The 6 is AVF Velocity. Alex Hawk for Tyler Cook. 2-year-old Bay filly by Fear the Dragon was a $3,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. Somewhat of a bargain. Has a win once this year. 4 seconds, right at 10,000. A winner 4 back, and 2:03 and 4 at Eaton. Alex Hawk the 6. AVF Velocity. Talking about that sale, it's a big day next Tuesday, the 26th, a week from tomorrow. They have the sale at Springfield, the Blooded Horse sale. They're racing a double card at Richwood. They're racing at Mount Gilead. They're racing that evening at Van Wert. And there's also another fair.
Yeah, talk about logistics.
Yes.
For our team is one thing, but talk about these horsemen. They're still trying to raise 2- and 3-year-olds as well as aged horses, a pair of mutuals, all the fairs to juggle, and then trying to think about next year's crop. I just don't know how it snuck up on us.
So the wings of the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate open. It's an 8-horse gate tonight, I assume. Field of 6, skimming the sands. Deborah L. Odds On Skunk Works across the river. Crosswind Susie Q and AVF Velocity. Let's send it over to Roger Houston to give us a call of the first.
Pacers are all moving in behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing, skimming the sand, goes right out for the lead. Deborah L. gets away second, across the river, tucks in third as they race into the turn. The outside, AVF Felicity is now 4th, racing 5th. Odds On Skunk Works, trailing the field. Crosswind Susie Q, all in straight alignment down the backside, going to the first quarter mark. The leader is skimming the sand. Deborah L. pacing right there second, slightly gapped, is across the river 3rd, racing 4th. AVF Felicity racing by the opening quarter. 29 and 4/5 around the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark, racing 5th. Odds On Skunk Works, and the trailer is Crosswind Susie Q. Jason Beatty goes to the outside from way back into the lane first time. Skimming the sand leads the way. Deborah L. is there second. AVF Felicity on the outside 3rd, racing 4th. Across the river 5th, Crosswind Susie Q. Racing 6, Odds On Skunk Works. 105 and 3/5. On to the backside they go, and the 5/8 mark. It's skimming the sand with the lead. On the outside, AVF Felicity racing 2nd. Inside, Deborah L. Hank Levan starting to look for some daylight. Across the river is 4th as they race by the 3/4 mark. Racing 5th, Crosswind Susie Q. The trailer, Odds On Skunk Works. 1:32.1. Midway around the final turn, eighth of a mile to go in Ohio. Ronnie Gillespie brings him into the stretch with Skipping the Sand. Roy Burns 3 wide on the outside with Across the River coming to the wire. It's all Skimming the Sand. Battle on for second goes to Deborah L. over AVF Felicity. 2:02.
Nice back half there, Ashley. The mile 2:02, fractions of 29 and 4, 101 and 3, 132 and 1. I believe that would be a 59 and 2 back half. Skimming the Sand, Ronnie Gillespie for Ryan Miller. Third win in 5 tries. A standout here, Ohio Select purchased by Down by the Seaside last fall, $30,000.
So it goes 2 in a row for Skimming in the Sand. Likes to be on the front, doesn't she?
Yes.
At least that is exactly what her line. So pretty easy drive for Ronnie Gillespie. Honestly, I think we should give it to Alex Hawk, though, and AVF Felicity. I didn't know how long that little filly was going to hang on because he moved first up pretty quickly. I think she ended up coming across third, but they were really almost a blanket finish there. They were pretty tight.
Second, I had the 2 Deborah L. This is all unofficial, and AVF Felicity finished third. Post-time favorite at 1-2. Our fans here at the Allen County Fair set the one Skimming the Sand off at 1-2, and rightfully so. Miller Racing Stable, Greenville, and Dr. Chris Gilbert of Greenville, Hutchison Harness of Ridgeville, Ohio own Ryan Miller trains.
This time, moving into the winner's circle. Number 1, Skimming the Sand, Miller Racing Stable. Gilbert, Hutchison Harness, Ryan Miller, the winning trainer. Ronnie Gillespie in the sulky. 2-year-old filly, but Down by the Seaside, stuck like glue. Home a winner in 2:02. Final half, 1 minute and 2/5. Final quarter, 29 and 4. This race sponsored by Charles Lehman Funeral and Cremation Services. The blanket goes to Skimming the Sand, Ryan Miller, Ronnie Gillespie in the first. Results are official. Number 1, Skimming the Sand, the winner. The 2, Deborah L, 2. The 3, Odds on Skunkworks, 6. The 4, Across the River, 4. The 5, Crosswind Susie Q, 5. The 6, AVF Felicity, 3. Top down, 1, 2, 6, 4, 5, 3 on the bottom. The quarter, 29 and 4. The half, 101, 3. 3 quarters, 132, 1. The mile, 2:02. In your second race, number 6.
Well, actually on to the second, a field of 6. This will be the first division of the 2-year-old Colt Trot, Ohio Colt Racing Association. A total purse of $14,100. This division is going to go for $7,050. If you have programs at home following along, Randy Smith, drive the 6, owe money. To print a program off, you go to harnessracingohio.com 1 hour before post time.
Usually that's when they go live. Yep, and I know in recent race cards we've been struggling a little bit with that. We always appreciate everybody letting us know. So if you're not able to access that, just shoot us a comment, and we'll try to get on top of it for you.
We'll be back to take a look at the second race right after we hear from these fine sponsors.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back. Day one of the Allen County Fair here in Lima, Ohio. Just headed in to race 2. First division of freshman colt trotters. Actually, the first of 2 divisions. $7,000 on the line. This is a nice big purse.
Only change we have, Ashley, is the 6-0 money. Randy Smith to drive the 6-0 money. Nice crowd on hand tonight.
Lima always does.
Yep.
I don't know how they do it, how they promote it before we get here, but they have multiple bleachers down in front of their grandstand.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm sure that doesn't really pick up on our camera at all. That are always full, and then the grandstands themselves too. I mean,
Score 8 wide. 35, 40 years ago, they wanted to have a small race meet here. 30-day meet. It was talked about at one time with the scoring 8 wide. The first race meet actually in Ohio was back in the 40s. You'll never guess where. Marion, Ohio.
really?
Had a race. Could have been a 4 or 5 day meet. I don't know what it was.
Mhm.
And Troy also had one,
Troy.
I've been told.
Wow.
And then you probably know Hilliard, Ohio,
Yep.
is where Scioto Downs actually started. I assume in the late 50s. I'm just guessing on that. I don't know that for sure, but I'm sure I'm somewhere in that time frame before they went out on High Street.
Doug, were you at Greenville last week?
Yes, I was there Friday and Saturday.
Tell me about it. How was it?
Good.
Were you announcing?
Yes.
I didn't
yep.
think you were on air. You were announcing?
Oh, well, I announced the whole card, and then Roger come in to do OHHA work Saturday.
Okay.
So he likes to announce. So he announced maybe the first 4, and I was on set with Susan for a little bit.
We were just talking, what is it? You said tomorrow? Or no, 2 days.
Wednesday,
Wednesday, you're going to go up to Hicksville.
Roger and I will go to Hicksville to be on air on the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association broadcast.
And usually, I mean, you work with Roger, obviously, but you're usually swapping off, right? If one
Yes.
of you is announcing, one of you is over here,
Yep.
like we're going to have tonight, but you're actually both on air all evening on the OHJ broadcast
Yes,
together.
that's never happened.
How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's going to be interesting. We go back a long way, which most people know. He gave me my start back in actually, I called my very first race here on June 7th in 1970.
Here?
Right here is where I called my very first race. It was a matinee. I had heard Roger in 69. I've told this story so many times. People probably shut it off.
No, I was actually going to say, so we know that, Roger gave you some
Yep.
tips, but I actually don't know how you actually got hooked up with
Well,
Roger.
at Champaign County Fair.
That was? Okay.
I went there in 69 to Urbana to groom a horse by the name of Catfish. And when I got there, I heard Roger Houston calling the races, which I didn't know Roger Houston from Adam, And that voice it was just a voice like no other. And the excitement he would put in his race, because I had no idea going there that night that I wanted to be an announcer. I probably wanted to be a driver or trainer
Okay.
at 16 years old. But I knew when I left there I was going to be an announcer. And Catfish would win and get Roger would send a tape card out where you could call the race.
Really?
So everything had to line up. Everything had to line up. I had to go there that night. If he wouldn't have won, if that horse Catfish wouldn't have won, I'd have never got a hold of that tape.
Mhm.
And I listened to that tape over and over and over again. It was a 6-horse field: Catfish, Good Air, Plantagenet, Stardust Miracle. I can still name you the horses 56, 57 years later. So the rest of that summer, my friends and I, we would race our bike around the Salina Fairgrounds, and I would be Roger Houston calling the races. So the following summer, then, I was at Scioto Downs, and I came home for a weekend. They had a matinee here, and they just had a disc jockey calling the races. He had, wasn't doing very good. Not that I did much better, but he was just doing them a favor. So somebody a guy by the name of Ralph Beckstead, took me over and introduced me to a guy by the name of Dave McLean, and I took over maybe the third race and called the rest of them that day. And then 2 weeks later, I went back to Scioto, and Dennis Nolan, who worked for the United States Trotting Association, hooked me up with Bob Steele, the general manager, and I called the qualifiers. Little did I know that also there that day would be that voice, Roger Houston. He didn't know I was there. We didn't know one another. He was there jogging horses for a guy by the name of Mark Ferguson. And he heard me calling the qualifiers, and he said I liked what I heard. So he came across up to the judges stand there, and I called the first two, and I was ready to walk out, and I was walking out because I was so bad. And he started to work with me, and that's the way it started. And I took over all his fairs in 74. I've been to Urbana since 52 years, Greenville 52 years. The reason those have a little bit of mileage on the other fairs, because he would come back and do the fairs. He was at Pompano in the winter, but they would race quarter horses in the summer. But he would get away to come back. He had that week off of Urbana, and then Greenville had the big race of the partial. He would always come back on Wednesday and Thursday and call the partials, and maybe they didn't race quarter horses in, but his gig was he would do all these county fairs, 20 county fairs, do the jug, do the Grand Circuit at the Red Mile, and go to Pompano from November to April, and then hit the Red Mile again in the fairs. That was his, and then in 75, I got my break when he took the full-time job at the Meadows. And I took over all his fairs. Some of them I've kept, a lot of them I have, but a lot of them I'll give up to come closer to home,
Isn't it funny looking back and how everything fell in place like it needed to, but it probably didn't feel like that at the moment?
No.
Here's the post parade of the second.
Number 1, Dublin, Sydney, the driver, Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2, Golden Enterprise with Cody Greeno. Number 3, Drinks on Royal Ray, Jason Beatty. Number 4, What an All-Star with Ed Greeno Jr. Number 5, Burson, Hank Levan. And number 6, Oh Money, Randy Smith in the sulky.
Real quick, I'll finish the story and we'll get through this field. But Roger and I drive. He comes to my house from Greenville because he spends there this week with the OHHA and doing OHHA work here. So we was talking last year going home. He said, you were at the right road at the right time. You didn't turn right. You turned left or whatever way. You went the right way to become an announcer. And that's the way it was for him for the jug. Have you ever heard this story?
For the jug, I don't know.
Well, he was like 24 years old, and they needed an announcer. Stan Bernstein was a great announcer, and he couldn't be there. He could just be there jug day that year. So they heard there was a great announcer out there, a young kid by the name of Roger Houston. So back then, it's not like this is back when you had an operator. So Hank Thompson got on the phone and called Xenia, Ohio. I knew he lived in Xenia. And he said, how many Houstons do you have? He said, we got 6. He said, give me the beginning. Luckily, they started with Cecil. That C being the first one. That was Roger's dad.
Oh.
Roger was in bed. It was about 10 o'clock at night, and they called and he said, this is Hank Thompson, the Little Brown Jug. I want you to call Delaware. And Roger literally fell out of bed, he said. And that's a true story.
And then here we are today.
Here we are today. Roger and I go back 56 years. Yep. So, yep. We got to get some work done here. We might get fired. The one is Dublin, Sydney, Ronnie Gillespie. Trying to go back-to-back. This 2-year-old bay colt by Watt the Hill. A $28,000 purchase. And 8 starts, has a win, 4 seconds, and a third. 16,208 and 1 at Chillicothe. 2 back.
Cody Greeno in the bike for Ed Greeno Jr. Golden Enterprise. This is an Enterprise colt. A handful back at Lebanon. Did have a second place finish in 208 and 1. $5,700 made.
3 Drinks on Royal Ray. Trained by Roger Hughes Jr. He also owns the 2-year-old Bay Golden son of Royal for Life. Jason Beatty drives, has 9 starts, has 3 wins. Last time out was a winner by a neck at Troy in 203.
Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives. The 4, What a All-Star. This is a What the Hill colt coming off of a 3rd place finish at Salina in 208 and 3. Has hit the board 6 times in 10 seasonal starts. Still looking for the first lifetime win.
By Burson, Hank Levan trains and drives. 2-year-old bay go to the son of What the Hill. Owned by the Levan Stables Woodstock, Rosemary Levan and Megan Levan, as Susan would say, lots of Levans, LOL. Burson has 1 start this year, has a 2nd. That was the last time out at Salina. Line to be announced at Greenville. That must have been Friday evening for Burson. I can't remember on the top of my head how Burson would have did, but the 5 is Burson with Hank Levan.
Starting from the far outside, the 6, Randy Smith on O Money for Jessica Smith. This is a ready for money gelding. Made quite a lot of breaks throughout his entire mile. 9 lifetime starts, has yet to hit the board or stay flat in general, but however, has made $4,400 in his time. Originally a $6,000 purchase out of the Ohio selected sale. Race 2 up right now. We're going to hand it over to Roger Houston for the first division of the 2-year-old colt trotters.
They're off and trotting. Dublin Sydney goes right out for the lead. Golden Enterprise gets away 2nd. What an All-Star trots 3rd. Racing 4th, Burson. Burson goes off stride. Up the inside, Oh Money is now 4th. And trailing the field, Drinks on Royal Ray. To the backside in the first quarter mark. The leader, Dublin Sydney, and Ronnie Gillespie by 2 1/4. Cody Greeno with Golden Enterprise is right there 2nd. Ed Greeno Jr. and What an All-Star trots 3rd. Racing 4th, Oh Money. Into the turn 5th. It's Burson, and trading the field, Drinks on Royal Ray. Opening quarter, 31 and 1. Midway around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. Dublin Sydney has the lead by a length and a half. Golden Enterprise is there 2nd. Tipping off the shoulder is What an All-Star and Ed Greeno Jr. Moving on the outside. Now 4th. Here comes Randy Smith. Oh Money. Now 3rd and closing. Burson is 5th. Trailing the field, Drinks on Royal Ray as the race over to the halfway point. 105 2/5 as they race to the backside and the 5/8 station. It's Dublin Sydney continue to show the way. Oh Money up on the outside 2nd. Racing 3rd. Golden Enterprise 4th. Down the backside, What an All-Star racing 5th as they race over to the 3/4 mark. Drinks on Royal Ray, and the trailer is Burson at the 3/4 station. 137 and 1. Midway around the final turn, Dublin Sydney has the lead on the outside. Oh Money inching up 2nd. Racing 3rd. That is Golden Enterprise. Into the stretch they come. Dublin Sydney with the lead and drawing away. Battle for 2nd and 3rd. It's all Dublin's Sydney.
Here, Ronnie Gillespie will take the early double.
Mile 207 4/5.
207 and 4. Dublin Sydney. Ashley, Ronnie Gillespie sweeps the early double. This is a $28,000 purchase, so these high-priced yearlings right now sweep the early double. The first half skimming the sand, a $30,000 purchase. $28,000 purchase here in the back half. Dublin Sydney trots home a winner in 207 and 4.
I think I'm more impressed by our second finish, our
Yes,
second place.
you caught that, the trotting hobble.
So I do believe unofficial, it is 162 across the wire. Our 6-horse I introduced, I've been watching him at all of these fairs. Oh Money has not stayed flat, but still has made a decent bit this year. As I said, put trotting hobbles on finally. I did not see one bobble.
Nope, he looked very strong.
Came
and
home.
he was back at, I didn't catch the half Final quarter 30-3. I don't know. I'm going to guess the half was probably 4 apiece. But he was out the back half.
Yeah.
Randy pulled him out actually right past the 3/8. You should have been down there and had $2 a place on
I
him.
really should have. Went off 22 to
22.
1.
We'll see what he does pay to place.
I wonder what made them wait so long to try Trotting Hopples. Just because he's had, 9 starts, has really been struggling to stay, he can't figure out his gait. It's pretty safe to say, just looking at his lines. But he looked good there.
Yes.
He come home really nice. He didn't, I think, got up for second. But we're a little off the wire.
Second race, Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old Colt Trot, sponsored by Allen County Mounted Posse. Number 1, Dublin's Sydney. Home of Madison Global of Dundee, Ohio. Ronnie Gillespie, the trainer, Ronnie Gillespie. 2 in a row in Ohio, winning both the first and second races. This blanket presented by the Allen County Mounted Posse to Ronnie Gillespie, owner, Madison Global, and Dublin's Sydney. Results are official. Number 1, Dublin Sydney, the winner. Number 2, Golden Enterprise, 3. The 3, Drinks on Royal Ray, 5. The 4, What a All-Star, 4. The 5, Burson, 6. The 6, Oh Money, 2. Top down, 1, 3, 5, 4, 6. 2 on the bottom. The quarter, 31-1. The half, 105-2. 3 quarters, 137-1. The mile, 207 4/5.
Say our exacta was 1 all, only paid $4.40.
Your place, if you'd had a place ticket on the 6,
Still would have.
$860. Show tickets even better. $11.60. I can remember years ago a horse called Windy Mindy. Paid like $220 to win at the Van Wert Fair. I'm going back 45 years, 50 years, and paid like $28 to show. $210, and then $28 to show.
Geez. I'm not sure what happened to. I think he ended up going off as the betting favorite. Our 3-horse, Drinks on Royal Ray, was on a break right out of the gate there.
Yeah, coming off a win at Troy at 203. Beat Bunsen. Burson is a horse I was kind of watching there when the race was going on. Then I think he line to be announced from Greenville. If I recall, he was second.
Yeah, that's what he just recently came over into the Levan stable.
Yes.
Virgil Morgan Jr. It looks like he kind of broke him out and started getting him going.
Made several breaks.
Virgil could not get a hold of him, so probably unloaded him.
Yep.
And that's how he ended up with Hank. And really, the last couple starts has done really well with Hank, but was on a break and made a miscue here. But Drinks on Royal Ray kind of. There's a few back end of last month kind of shows some odd breaks, so maybe just one of those things, right?
Well, up next is the third race, First Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace. First of 3 divisions, our total purse would be $15,006. This division, each division would go for $5,002. This is the Fred Arnold Memorial. Fred Arnold was on the fair board for many years, and here at the end, his last few years would be a timer over here. He was president of the Ohio Fair Managers back in his day for several years. Very involved in agriculture. So Fred Arnold, there's so much, they think so much of him here in Allen County and actually the whole state because he was involved. So it's the Fred Arnold Memorial. Field of 6 coming up for the first division of the 3-year-old pace. We'll be back to take a look at all 6 of these 3-year-old pacers right after this.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
We're good. Headed into race 3 of 13. Up next, the first division of sophomore Colt Pacers. Purse of $5,000.
Should be a good one. JB Magic, 54,000 last year. Hadn't been quite to his peak this year. I'd heard earlier in the year, back in July, he had an ulcer. And that's what was bothering him. And so he's been racing better, but not still to the level that he was at. He was in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
He was a very nice horse
early
last
on,
year.
yes. But he did win at Salina in 57-1, so maybe he's back on his game. You got Eddie Nine Toes in here. Seeing Gray, I know I think at the office at Greenville, Matt Clark, Seeing Gray, that's one of his favorite horses. He was talking to Ryan Miller, and I actually think Matt probably jogged Seeing Gray Saturday. And but Seeing Gray just has not came back to his like he was last year either. That's what Ryan was saying. He hadn't been real happy with him. So we'll see what he has tonight. Suddenly Spatial. Now the line to be announced from Greenville. Suddenly Spatial. I'm pretty sure he raced Saturday night or Friday night, one of the two at Greenville. In he was closing late, and if they'd had a few more steps to go, he would have been maybe the winner, but he was second, third, or maybe even fourth, but they were all right
real
there.
Close. Saying in that same vein, Suddenly Special was a very nice horse for the Wolves last year, and he kind of coming on a touch slower.
Yes.
I was wondering if you, out of Salina, Bob Geis, I was wondering if you had any lowdown on JB Magic.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what his wife had told me, maybe at the Bellefontaine Fair, because I know at Ottawa, I don't know if this line's still on here yet. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. He
was on top, and he literally stopped.
Yeah.
You know, when a horse has something going on, they can't tell you. You know, it's just trial and error what you figure out what's going on.
So that was always, JB Magic was always the one we were worried about drawing in with
Yes,
last year with Jim Dandy and the Buckeye, because he was a very nice horse. Kind of think the end of his 2-year-old year, JB Magic got a little, I don't know what was going on. He didn't fall off by any means. I mean, the horse made 55,000 last year.
Well, some horses at a 2-year-old will peak early, and it's like a ball player or anything else, junior high ball player. Kids peak early, and then the other ones catch them. Now, horses are the same way. Now, your mom does have a nice 2-year-old this year. Is that would that be a half brother or something too?
half brother to go Jim Dandy. Both out of, the same mare, obviously. I got a feeling Fran. Go Jim Dandy is a bit of a legend, and oh my gosh, we call him, Pet Project is his actual name. We call him Rocky because he's a pet rock.
Pet rock,
Yep.
yes. Okay.
And I think he goes, the next leg of the Sire Stake is this Saturday at Scioto Downs.
Scioto, okay.
Yeah, we're going to go back to Scioto. I know it doesn't feel like it, but it kind of does at the same time. You know, we're almost through the entire month of August. I don't know how that happened. And with the baby sales coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace, $5,002, sponsored by the Fred Arnold Memorial. Number 1, JB Magic, the driver, Jeff Nysonger. Number 2, Hot Times Tonight with Pierce Henry. Number 3, Eddie Nine Toes, Hank Levan. The 4, Bourbon on the Rocks with Alex Hawk. The 5, Seeing Gray, Ronnie Gillespie. And number 6, Suddenly Spatial, Kevin Wolf in the sulky.
Just real quick before we go through the field, Kip Hartman checks in tonight. Karen Gerhardt, a close friend of Roger Houston's and mine from Troy, Ohio. Her father, Marion Smith, was head of the races at the Miami County Fair background, a gentleman I really admired. He did a great job of running the races. Hi, Ash and Doug from Ann Hildebrand. Robin Schmidt is looking for programs tonight. She's from the Salina area.
So field of 6. We've got 2 gray horses in here.
2 grays.
2 gray horses, and that's not well. We in the last handful of years, we've had a lot more color come into our breed.
Yeah, we have. Yes.
On the rail, JB Magic Jeff Nysonger now up for Tyler Bates, owned by Bob Geist of Salina, Ohio. This is one of the gray Fear the Dragon geldings. 12 starts as a sophomore, 2 wins. Coming off of a win, wire to wire at Salina, and 157-1. Final quarter there, 29-2. As we mentioned, $54,000 made last year, just shy of $10,000 this year as a sophomore.
2 hot times tonight. Pierce Henry for Robert Brooks. 3-year-old Bay Gold, son of Lather Up, was a $45,000 purchase 2 years ago. Has 4 wins career, 2 this year. $11,000 this year, $31,000 lifetime, 57-2 last year at Scioto Downs, winner 3 back in 202-3 at Mansfield.
Eddie Nine Toes, Hank Levan trains and drives this Miso Fast gelding owned by Winchester Bay Acres of Orlando. 17 starts this year, has hit the board 12 times, was kind of lightly started. Last year as a freshman, only had 5 starts. Just doing quite a bit better. $23,000 already on the year. A couple back at Croton, went wire to wire in 2 minutes and 3/5. Even further back at Bucyrus was a winner in 155-1.
Alex Hawk picks up the drive on the 4 Bourbon on the rocks for Tim Ignarski. Dark Horse Racing Syndicate of Lima owns. 3-year-old Bay Gold, son of Pet Rock, a $19,000 purchase. 11 starts this year, a win, a second, 2/3. $10,490 this year, right at $21,000 lifetime. Took a mark at Scioto Downs last year of $154-4. Correction on that lifetime mark this year at Scioto Downs, $54-4.
Ronnie Gillespie will try to make it 3 in a row. Back up for Ryan Miller. This is a gray down by the Seaside of an Art Major mare. Scene Gray, originally a $60,000 purchase a couple years ago out of the Ohio Selected, has made $38,000 so far in lifetime, coming off of a 2nd place finish at Salina, but even further back, kind of stepped it up into the Buckeye Stallion Series. What I can see, the fastest mile timed was at Scioto Downs in the BSS in 152 flat.
Kevin Wolf drives a 6 Suddenly Spatial. Wolf Racing Stable, East Liberty owned. Kevin Wolf also trains. 9 starts this year, has yet to find the winner's circle, but has a second and 2/3. In 17 starts last year, had 4 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3, $24,000 last year. $3,600 this year, $28,000 lifetime. Took a mark as a 2-year-old on its home track of 158-2 at Richwood. And if for some front-end speed, it could set up for a Suddenly Spatial. And Kevin Wolf, as I mentioned, he was a late closer Friday night, I believe, at Greenville. So, field of 6, first division, 3-year-old Colt Pacers for $5,002. Let's send it over to Roger Houston to give us a call.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. Bourbon on the Rocks goes right out for the lead. Hot times tonight between horses. Inside JB Magic holding position. Taking a seat 4th is Eddie Nine Toes as they race around the turn. Go on to the first 8th. Racing 5th, Seeing Gray. Trailing the field, Suddenly Spatial. Down the backside, straight alignment. Led by JB Magic and Jeff Nysonger. Length and a quarter. Hot times tonight is their 2nd. Bourbon on the Rocks racing 3rd. 4th, the end of the turn is Eddie Nine Toes. 28-4 opening panel. Racing 5th, Seeing Gray. The trailer is Suddenly Spatial. Kevin Wolf can see them all. Into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. That's JB Magic showing the way. Pierce Henry right there, 2nd at Hot Times tonight. Racing 3rd. As they race over to the half, Bourbon on the Rocks. Out moving first up, Eddie Nine Toes. 59 1/5. On to the backside. Seeing Gray following the cover on the outside. The trailer is suddenly spatial. Down the backside, going to the 5/8 mark. The leader, JB Magic, on the outside. Eddie Nine Toes. They're nose to nose, head to head, stride for stride. Going to the 3/4 mark. The battle continues. Hot Times Tonight racing third. Seeing Gray gapping out a bit, fourth. Racing fifth. Suddenly Spatial at the 3/4 mark. 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Midway around the final turn. On top of the field, JB Magic racing up on the outside second. Here comes Hot Times Tonight. JD Magic with the lead. Hot Times Tonight is there second. Home third, Seeing Gray. $157 1/5.
57 and 1. Jeff Nysonger, JB Magic for Ty Bates. Gate to wire 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 1, home 157 and 1 to make it 2 in a row, his third of the season.
See, I don't have our divisional track records, unfortunately. I only have the all-age pace for here, and it's 155 and 2, so we weren't close to the all-age pace. But I wonder if we were getting close for divisional, but unfortunately we don't have, OHHA doesn't have record of that.
Hey, Lima just never kept track of it, and it'd be so tough to go back.
For the most part, that's how
Yes.
we have some,
Yes.
you know, some counties.
It
we
would
do
probably be
have-
close. I would say probably 56 and a piece.
Yeah. Jeff Nysonger now goes. It's his first of the evening, and JB Magic is now 2 in a row. Happy to see him back, though.
Jeff Nysonger, I meant to ask Jeff how many he has. He's probably down to 33. Needs 33 more wins to get that magic number 4,000. So he's closing in on 4. Got his first one at the young age of probably 16 at Greenville, and I was behind the mic then.
I was going to say, how do you remember that? But that's how you remember that.
I can. You know, we was at Scioto one night, and the first 3 or 4 drivers, Chris Page, King Coppin, my wife was with me, and I announced every one of their first career wins. Chris Page, he got his win at Urbana. Jeff Nysonger, King Coppin was another one. I think Austin Hanner was the other one that night.
Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace, First Division. This is the Fred Arnold Memorial. Number 1, JB Magic. Robert Geist of Salina, Ohio, the owner. Tyler Bates, the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger in the sulky. 3-year-old gelding by Fear the Dragon of Type A Gray. Home a winner in 157 1/5. Final half in 58. The final quarter 28 and 2. Tyler Bates, Jeff Nysonger, JB Magic in the third, winning the Fred Arnold Memorial. Results are official. Number 1, JB Magic, the winner. The 2, Hot Times Tonight, 2. The 3, Eddie Nine Toes, 4. The 4, Bourbon on the Rocks, 6. The 5, Seeing Gray, 3. The 6, Suddenly Spatial, 5. Top down, 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5 on the bottom. The quarter, 28 and 4. The half, 59 and 1. 3/4, 128 4. The mile, 157 1/5.
Really was a nice mile put
Yes,
up
very
by
nice mount.
JB Magic. Look at our tote board.
Yes,
there.
I was just getting ready to mention that. The 2-horse in there for the try and exacta is probably what made it pay quite a bit. 102 exacta. And what was the try? Was it a little less or a little more?
I think it was. It just popped off. I think it was a little more.
102.20 for the exacta. The 2 Hot Times Tonight.
Yeah, the try pays 106.
106 and the Quinella 60. But if you look back here on Hot Times tonight, back at Sauda Downs on the 8th of May, paced a mile in 53 and 2. Miami Valley earned the year 53 and 4, and then he went to the county fairs, was pacing most of his miles in 2 minutes.
Turning the page, race 4 up next. Our first division of 3-year-old filly trotters, purse of $4,602. It's going to be another field of 6. The only change that we have so far is Jason Beatty on the 1. Risky Hill, now driven by Jason Beatty. If you are following along with the program, if you're not but would like to, head on over to harnessracingohio.com and you'll find those programs under the View Live Races tab. Join us back here and we'll introduce you to the field briefly.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
We are back at the Allen County Fairgrounds in Lima, Ohio Colt Racing Association action. Ashley Daly and Doug Ballinger bringing you the action. Roger Houston is calling the races. He'll call a couple more. I'll be going across the way to call the rest of the card, and Roger will come over this way to finish the night out.
Say we don't get to work with Roger too much. At least I say you really never do.
Nope.
But I don't much either. And so I want to say the big night at Greenville is Thursday. I am there, and I can't remember who my...
Roger is also there. So,
is he?
Yeah, Roger's
that
there.
was going to be my thought, was I'm with Roger that night. Let me open up our trusty-dusty calendar. Yep, Roger and I are on air together for the big night at Greenville, partial night, this Thursday.
And it's going to be a 6 o'clock post. That was just announced today. 15 races. The Jim Beakey Trot, which used to be the Arnie Almerhurst. They named it after Jim Beakey. Jim Beakey does so much for the sport of harness racing. Very instrumental in getting the Racinos, everything going that way. Played a big role in that when harness racing was down. Jim was a big backer. And then the partial pace, I think the 3-year-olds will become the Gene Regal pace.
Yeah, that's a little bit different this year. I've had a lot of questions at recent county fairs of like, what about the Gene Regal? Because that was historically the open pace.
The open pace.
And it is kind of absorbed into that partial 3-year-old colt pace.
Yes.
So still will bring some really nice horses, though.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see some of the fields, however. I think it's the 2-year-old colt pacers. There is a sire stake right after. Like I said, this Saturday.
Okay.
There's another, I think that's technically the third leg of the sire stakes go. And a lot of those horses, like we would drop our nice horses in the partial.
Yes.
Because Greenville is a very nice track. They go for very nice purses. So I'm going to be interested to see how trainers, owners, whoever makes those decisions tries to fit in the partial over, the sire stakes, or how maybe there are going to be some horses that decide to do both.
I know they're wanting to build on the partial, really get a nice purse. I think they're thinking maybe they're going to get more money from farms and that by doing it this way, since it's going to be strictly Ohio bred.
Okay.
And I might be wrong on this, but I don't believe it had to be Ohio bred for the Regal.
I don't think it did.
I mean, Ohio owned probably had first
Preference.
first preference.
Because especially Greenville is very close to Indiana.
Yes.
You know, I would completely
Yeah,
understand why.
you would get some Hoosier horses that was racing in the Open over there. Talking about the Open pace and that, Jeremy Smith, I see, was back.
Came back.
Did he just drive the one horse Saturday night at Scioto? Or did he have several drives?
I don't know. I'm sure he probably had several if he's
Little
there.
Rocket Man. So
his normal mount.
Yeah, normal mount when he came over and won at Scioto. The Scioto meet winding down.
Because a little brown jug
Probably
is,
a month, and it probably ends.
They'll race until
The
that.
13th, they'll race that Saturday. I would guess
Yeah.
the 13th is a Saturday. That would be their final night at Scioto, and then they go Sunday at Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
I know in the upcoming weeks here we'll be probably talking about the Little Brown Jug and how you can get tickets, because they're one of our sponsors. I don't know if they're a sponsor tonight. I don't have the sponsor sheet in front of me, but you know, they are a big sponsor with some of our fairs, and we'd like to plug, if you've never been to the Jug, how you can get a ticket.
Mm-hmm. Here's our post parade for race 4.
Colt Racing Association 3-year-old filly trot, first division, race sponsored by Delphus Tent and Awning Incorporated. Number 1, Risky Hill, the driver Jason Beatty. Number 2, Lovely in Red with Cody Greeno. Number 3, Country Diamond Girl, Jeff Nysonger. Number 4, Bank It with Emmanuel Miller. Number 5, Long Leg Sally, David Meyer. And number 6, Caliel, Hank Levan in the sulky.
The first division of sophomore filly trotters, purse of $4,602. Jason Beatty now on the 1. Risky Hill for Tyler Tench. This is a What the Hill filly. A couple back at Salina was a winner in 201 and 1. 5 starts on the year with just that single win, almost $4,500 made. Lifetime is made $24,000.
2, Lovely in Red from the Greeno stable. Cody Greeno drives. Ed Greeno Jr. trains. 3-year-old Chestnut filly. You don't see a whole lot of Chestnuts. By third pad of the Every Moment mare. Lovely Lovin', 10 starts, has 4 thirds. Yet to win a race in her career, 11,874 lifetime.
Melvin Schmucker, bred, owns, trains, drives the 3. Oh, just kidding, Jeff Nysonger. Glad you caught that. Jeff Nysonger, but still, bred, owns, trains, Melvin Schmucker for the 3-horse Country Diamond Girl. Jeff Nysonger now slated to drive. Didn't start at all as a 2-year-old. Has 13 starts so far as a sophomore. Last time out, actually went down to Lexington. Was out of the money, but still went her mile in 1:58 and 1.
Manuel Miller drives a 4 Bank It for Rory Moore, who trains and drives. This is also a homebred. Nice to see these homebreds. 3-year-old Bay filly by Break the Bank K out of the Perfectly mare, Ultra Perfect. 8 starts this year, has 2 seconds and 2 thirds, $5,400, a little over $4,000 lifetime, $9,400 lifetime, I should say, $4,000 last year. Last time out, finished third at Troy, trying the mile in 2:03.
Leaving from the 5-hole, David Meyer trains and drives Long Legs Sally. This is a Team 6 filly. She's hit the board a handful of times in 8 seasonal starts. A few back, was a winner at Sydney in 2:03 flat. $28,000 made lifetime for this filly, who is also co-owned by David and Kelly Meyer.
Actually, the 6 is Caliel. This is a 3-year-old bay filly by What the Hill. Hank Levan trains and drives for the Levan stables. Megan Levan and Max Perry and E. Perry, all of Ohio. 17 starts, has 1 win, but 8 seconds and a third this year. Right at $20,000, $38,000 lifetime. Took a mark last year as a 2-year-old at 2:04 and 3. here at the Allen County Fair. The 6, Calliel and Hank Levan. And Hank Levan, one of our top drivers this year, actually at the fairs, off to a good start. Drew Neal has kind of went around him now. I know Drew had a couple wins today, I believe, at Wellington. And so I think he's got about an 8 to 9 lead over Hank in the driver's standings. But the Levan stable, Hank Levan, I believe, is our leading trainer at the fairs.
I think just a couple of days ago, maybe it was yesterday, Roger shared the stats for the leading trainer and driver, so of course doesn't count anything that we have had so far today. Drew Neal was at 75 driving wins. Hank Levan was second with 66, but Hank leads the trainers with 58 total wins.
And is Rosie Weaver and Betty Clegg probably right up there in the mix, I'm sure?
For trainers, Hank Levan with 58. Second is Clegg with 52, and Rosie Weaver with 50.
So field of 6 making their way behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. Mike's doing the starting tonight. His wife Becky controlling the car. Let's send it over to Roger Houston for the call of the 4th.
They're off and trotting. That's Risky Hill going for the lead. Bank it on the outside. Second, 3 wide into the turn. Long leg Sally getting away on the inside. It's Lovely in red racing 5th as round the turn they go to the first quarter mark. That is Country Diamond Girl, and trading the field, Hank Levan with Calliel, can see them all down the backside to the first quarter mark. Risky Hill and Jason Beatty shows the way on the move on the outside. David Meyer first up, long leg Sally now third, now second at the first quarter mark. As they race around the turn, Risky Hill with the lead. Opening quarter, 30 3/5 into the lane first time. Bankit racing third, racing fourth. Lovely in red, racing 5th. That's Country Diamond Girl. 6th on the outside, Callie L. as the race over to the halfway point. Off stride, long leg Sally. To the backside they go. Risky Hill. 1 minute, 4/5. Risky Hill shows the way. Racing second. That's Bankit trying to close the gap. Up on the outside third. That's Callie L. Down the backside they go. Lovely in red racing 4th. Coming to the outside. That's Country Diamond Girl, and trading the field, long leg Sally as the race over to the 3/4 mark. Risky Hill, the one to catch. 1:31 4, midway around the final turn. Risky Hill with the lead. Calliel continued to close on the outside second. Bankit is there third. On the outside, Country Diamond Girl coming on through the stretch. On top, it's Risky Hill. Inside, Bankit. Risky Hill, Bankit! Photo all the way.
Bankit and Manny Miller, 202-1. Hot fractions up front. Risky Hill didn't want to give the lead up to David Meyer and Long Leg Sally, and David Meyer had Long Leg Sally out the entire half, right past the half made a break.
Was parked the entire step.
Yes, every step.
Every step. Never saw the rail for that filly, and so she probably just got tired.
Yes, could have been a tire break because the half was 1 minute and 4/5. Opened it up 30 3/5, 1 minute 4/5, 1:31 4, 202 4. So it was setting up. That's what was going through my mind right when they passed the half for Manny Miller and Bankit. But Bankit just got through in the nick of time to win it by probably a head. For Bankit, that is the first career win. Rory Moore, 3-year-old Bay filly by Break the Bank K out of the Perfectly Mare Ultra Perfect. This is a homebred. Nice to see those homebreds. See that quite a bit.
It's a nice drive by Manny. I don't think he's ever been put up. At least the lines that we can see, he is not. No, he has. A few back.
A couple back. 2 different times. Maybe, yes, 2 different times.
There we go. Now I see it.
416. Caliel also came off the pace up for the third place position. I believe Caliel was last at the half, and I believe Hank, if I recall, got her in gear at the 5/8. So a little slower back half, so she gobbled up some ground pretty quick there with the tiring horses ahead of her. So Bankit is the winner, Manny Miller and Rory Moore. Delphus 10 and Awning Company blanket.
Trying to find our winner. There we come back into the circle. Say our golf cart beat us by a mile. Oh no, there's our. How many golf carts do we have on the track right now? Here's Roger with the presentation.
Call. Number 4, Bankit. Owned by Rory Moore, Grafton, Ohio. Rory Moore, the winning trainer. Emmanuel Miller in the sulky. 3-year-old filly, but Break the Bank K at an ultra perfect. Home a winner, taking a lifetime mark, 202 1/5. 3-year-old filly by Break the Bank K out of ultra perfect, lifetime mark, 202 1/5. Rory Moore, Emmanuel Miller, Bankit in the 4th. Blanket presented by Delphus Tent and Otting Incorporated.
I see all their blankets. I don't know if I see what they got. They put the blanket is over here to the right, and I didn't think that looked like a blanket there where they put the horse in front of it, but that is just, so they must change that every race, I assume.
Ski Hill, 2. Number 2, Lovely in Red, 5. Number 3, Country Diamond Girl, 4. The 4, Bankit, the winner. The 5, Long Leg Sally, 6. The 6, Cali L, 3. Top down, 2, 5, 4, 1, 6, 3 on the bottom. The quarter, 30 and 3. The half, 1 minute, 4/5. 3/4, 131 4. The mile, 202 1/5.
This is 175th year for the Allen County Fair. A lot of fairs are right in that range, 170, 172.
I think Woodsfield's might be celebrating their 175th as well, and
Okay.
so they'll be right around the corner tomorrow. Our winner pays $45.20.
Nice try,
Yeah.
416 try, $273.40. It's all because of the 4 Bankit made it pay so well. $45.20, $12.40, $8 exacto, $73.60.
Not a bad night at the races.
No. So you were at the Rock. Tell us about
I
the.
did get to go to the Rock.
Had you ever been there before?
No, and that's why I kind of put myself on it, because everybody's like, "Oh, you got to
Will you
go
go
once."
back?
Absolutely. The racing is interesting because it's so hard to overtake there with the way that the track is shaped. But at the same time, it's like, well, there should be more movement because the straightaways are just, that's all the track is, right? It's straightaways. But the second day, I actually made myself go onto the infield and walk down to that final turn because our cameras can't pick it up very well. And it is indescribable how tight that turn really is.
Really?
It is insane. I thought Lisbon. So Lisbon was a few weeks ago now, and that was my very first time up there. And those are tight turns. But that final turn at Rock Springs is unlike anything else. But it was great. It's a very interesting fairgrounds, very unique.
And the grandstand, it looks to me, is right up on the track, and it kind of goes into the first turn.
Yeah, that's another good thing I guess I should have pointed out. It's very historic, and I think it's the only one by far in Ohio. I'm not sure nationally, but it's old and actually goes into the first turn. It is built into the first turn along with the horses.
Do they get a crowd there? And they tell me you do not get a blanket. You get a plaque if you win. It says, I was a winner at the Rock or something like that.
I think it says like I survived,
I
or
survived
like
the
my trotter survived or
Yes.
something like that. I can't, but yeah, they don't give blankets, which honestly, so many other fairs give blankets. You kind of rack them up as a trainer owner or whoever ends up taking them home. And so it's a nice little thing. It's different.
Yeah. Well, up next is the 5th race, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series, leg 7. I've had several of these legs so far this year. They'll race at Delaware, be a big thrill for these young drivers, and the final will be held at Dayton.
Yes.
I assume that's during the fair racing season there at the fair that Sunday.
Correct.
So we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and take a look at these 6 drivers and these 6 horses for the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
We are back here at the Allen County Fair in Lima. Doug Ballinger and Ashley Daly. Ashley, up next, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series. Back in the day, 35 years ago, they had the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series. Some drivers like, I know Mike Wilder was in it, Ron Steck was in it, and Ranger Steck is driving tonight in it. And I know Ranger won with the horse at Croton, and Ron came to the winner's circle, and I made the announcement. You know, Ronnie, you drove in this back in your day, and now your son's driving in it and won a leg of it. Terry Holton was a past vice president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. One of the top trainers in the state in his day, raced a lot at Scioto Downs. He's in the Ohio Hall of Fame for harness racing. His great horse was Playboy Hanover, who finished second, I believe, in the division of the Jug. So the Holton family, Ryan Holton, decided to start back the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series, and it's been well received. I believe this is the 3rd year.
I think so. I think Dee Sanders has possibly won the final the last, year 1 and 2. He went back-to-back, I think.
Another story on Terry Holton, his paper boy back in the day was about a 10 or 11-year-old Jason Settlemore. And that's how Jason got into horse racing.
What?
He was Terry Holton's paper boy, and now Jason is the CEO of the Meadowlands.
Again, another situation where you just had to be at the right time. You had to be at a certain place at the right time, and life works out the way that it's supposed to.
And we talked about our backstretch buddies. We had a commercial there, and I'm sure there's going to be something, I'm sure, at the OHHA 10 at Delaware on Backstretch Buddies where kids can come over and sign up, I would think.
Yep, and I say we will have Sam Mayhew doing that, but first she'll be this Thursday at Greenville.
Oh, it's Greenville. Okay.
Let's go to the post parade.
Oh, and these are the horses for the 5th. Number 1, this Jet's a bookend. The driver, Lucas Harper. Number 2, Q Cobra Jet with David Justice. Number 3, Ashley Locusian, the driver, Dee Sanders. Number 4, Athleta with Timothy Johnson. Number 5, Big Bad Whammo, Ranger Stack And number 6, Vintage Ace, Conley Newberry in the sulky.
Well, there is the field for the 5th. Are you looking something up there?
I am. So, of course, this is our youth series. Per our driver conditions, they have to be 16, at least the age of 16, can be up to the age of 29. And I think the oldest we have in here is 25. Yep. Tim Johnson on the 4 is just 25. The youngest I think we do have are a couple 19-year-olds. Ranger is just 19. And they do have to have a QF license. If they do have a P license, I'm not sure anybody, just one in here does. A couple in here actually do. Once they have 35 starts, they're no longer eligible for this series.
Okay. Well, let's look at the field quick. Lucas Harper, the one. This Jet's booking. 20 starts this year, has no wins, but 43 lifetime, 543,000 lifetime. This is somewhat like a signature series. You're getting a lot of old campaigners in here. I don't know if there is any kind of conditions, what the horse has to fit for sure. But
we do. It's non-winners of 2,500 last 4.
Okay. So the one, this Jet's a booking, and Lucas Harper.
The Jets of Booking actually just came off of a win at Rock Springs. That was a line to be announced in the program.
Okay.
It was a nice winner there. Our 2, Q Cobra Jet, Hank Levan trains, David Justice in the bike. This is another Rome's Jet gelding, 13 years old, 25 starts on the year, has hit the board 8 times, $101,000 made in his lifetime with a mark at Scioto, set a few years ago at 6 and 151 and 4, coming off a second place finish at Croton in the youth.
Dee Sanders drives the 3, Ashley Locos. 149 starts, 31 wins, 27 seconds, 15 thirds, 431,000 lifetime. Mark at Saratoga, 54 and 3, but had a qualifying time at Lexington Red Mile, 151 and 1 several years back.
The 4, Athleta, Timothy Johnson in the bike for Tommy Vosick. This is a 3-year-old filly, very young compared to everybody else, by all bets off. Very lightly started as a 2-year-old, coming back here as a sophomore, 17 starts, has hit the board 6 times, $11,000 made this year. 2 back at Urbana, was a winner by just a neck in the Holton and 159 and 2.
Ranger Steck, Big Bad Whammo. 24 career wins, 157,000, 51 and 4 at Sauter Downs as an 8-year-old. Ranger Steck has drove him to 2 Holton wins at Croton and a few weeks ago at Washington Courthouse.
Vintage Ace rounds us out. Conley Newberry in the bike for Mike Paul Hamus. At Troy, had a second place finish and 157 and 2. This is just the 3rd seasonal start for this 4-year-old gelding by Western Vintage. Here's Roger Houston with the call of the 5th.
As the Locus in, off stride at the start. They're off and pacing. Big Bad Whammo goes for the lead. This Jet's a booking, gets away second, racing third. Q Cobra Jet into the turn 4th as the race to the backside. That is Vintage Ace racing 5th. Athleta and trailing the field. Ashley Locus in. Down the backside, go on to the first quarter mark. Big Bad Whammo leads the way by a length and a quarter. This Jet's a booking right there second. Q Cobra Jet pacing 3rd, racing 4th. Vintage Ace at the first quarter mark. 30 and 1/5 as the race around the turn, racing 5th, catching the field, Ashley Locus in, treading the field, Athea as the 3/8 mark, into the lane first time, Big Bad Whammo and Ranger Steck showing the way by a length and a quarter. Lucas Harper and this Jet's a booking right there second. David Justice with Q Cobra Jet 3rd, racing 4th, coming to the outside, Conley Newberry with Vintage Ace at the halfway point. 102 flat. Onto the backside they go and treading the field. Athea with Timothy Johnson. Down the backside, go on to the 3/4 station. Continuing to show the way. Big Bad Whammo opens up by a length and a half. Q Cobra Jet is there second. Up the inside. Vintage Ace now third and closing. Dropping back. This jet's a booking. 130 and 2/5. Midway around the final turn. Big Bad Whammo by a length and a half. Q Cobra Jet is there second. Comes to the outside. Racing third. Vintage Ace through the lane. On top of the field with the lead. Big Bad Whammo, Ranger Stack. Home second, Q Cobra Jet. Third, Vintage Ace. 159 1/5.
159 and 1. 2 in a row now for Big Bad Whammo. Ranger Stack adds another one to the list. That is just his 10th career driving start. Has won 3 of those. He's batting pretty good. Again, like I said, 2 in a row. Specifically in the youth series here. Looks like every time that he has driven this horse in the Holton Youth. He was also a winner back at Washington Courthouse, and I want to say that might have been his very first lifetime win. I am not remembering, but just 19 years old, Ranger Stack with his QF license. Big Bad Whammo. 23 starts on the year, and now at the board 16 times. So as Doug and I briefly mentioned before we went behind the gate, the drivers of the series had to be 16 to 29 years old with a QF. Could possibly have a P, but once they hit 35 starts, they're no longer eligible for the Terry Holton. And the horses, of course, was a pace. Non-winners of 2,500 last 4. Also eligible horses that have started in a claiming race of 10,000 or less in the last month.
Back in front of the stands, going to the winner's circle. The winner, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series leg here at the Allen County Fair. Number 5, Big Bad Whammo. Owned by Robert Brooks. Van Loo, Ohio. Robert Brooks, the winning trainer. Ranger Stack in the sulky. 8-year-old's time, but Big Bad John and Another Wild Woman. Home a winner in 159 1/5. Final half, 58 and 1. Final quarter, 28 and 4. Robert Brooks, Ranger Stack, Big Bad Whammo. Race sponsored by the State Bank, Lima, Ohio. Results are official. Number 1, this jet's a booking for. The 2, Q Cobra Jet, 2. The 3, Ashley Locus in, 5. The 4, Athleta, 6. The 5, Big Bad Whammo, the winner. The 6, Vintage Ace, 3. Top down, 4, 2, 5, 6, 1, 3 on the bottom. The quarter, 30 and 1. The half, 101. 3 quarters, 130 and 2. The mile, 159 1/5.
Big back half there for Big Bad Whammo and Ranger Stack. You talk about somebody who soaks up every single win for 19-year-old Ranger Stack. Pays $440 to win. Looks like our try went 5-2-6, paid $53.20. 6th race up next, the second division of freshman filly pacers, purse of $5,323. It is a field of 6, and shortly, because Doug went over to announce the remaining races of this card, I should have Roger Houston back up here in a race or two. Join me back here, and I will introduce the field for race 6 after a brief message from our sponsors.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Thanks for joining us this evening for day 1 of 2 of the Allen County Fair, the 175th edition of the Allen County Fair. I'm up here, joined by a guest. Kevin, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what you do here with the Allen County Fair?
Thanks, Ashley, and OHHA for having us and doing all you guys do here. I'm Kevin Schmidtbush, and I'm one of the directors in charge of the harness racing here. I do a lot of things. I'm involved in the entertainment, the concessions, the food vendors. I do a little bit of everything. I got time. I'm semi-retired, so I have plenty of time, and I grew up in this community and been here, and it's just being at the fair is very special to me. And of course, I have interest in horses myself, and so that's why I'm here.
How you ended up where you're at. 175. That's a pretty big number, and you guys have kind of taken it by storm. There's quite a lot going on.
Yeah, it's been very special. We started it off. We had at our kickoff dinner, we had a documentary made this year, talking to and interviewing people that's been involved in the fair for a lot of years, and there's a lot of history here. And underneath the grandstand, we have a museum. It's a museum for Maurice, our cow, out front, who's our mascot. And then up in our youth exhibits building, we happened to find out that there was a local gentleman built a scale model of the fairgrounds in 1970. And it ended up in Dyersville, Iowa. This was kind of a shock in a museum. So we did some tracing and figuring things out, and we sent a couple guys over there, and our company that I work for part-time, Cardinal Bus Sales, had us do let us have a van to go out and get it, and we brought it back. So it's up there, and it's showing the racetrack and all the barns and ribbons even of that in the kids' projects and so forth. It's just really nice.
We gotta say, what a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
So Maurice, you brought him up. He's really hard to miss when you pass
the
fairgrounds here.
He's about 30 feet tall, and he's about his sneakers. He wears Converse All-Star sneakers, and they weigh about 1,000 pounds apiece.
What?
Yeah. And the Bear Hollow wood carvers came in this spring, and we had the Greater Lima Visitors and Convention, the Greater Lima for tourism got us a grant, and that was paid for through that. We paid for a few incidentals, but the wood carvers came in for a whole week, and they worked day and night, and we had some really inclement weather, so they were doing part of the carving inside the building, and then they brought it out and put it together. They started on a Sunday, and then they had it done by the following Saturday or Sunday. So they had like 10 of their carvers came, and they're out of French Lick, Indiana is where their headquarters are, and they just came and did it. And it's a conversation piece, and I've been told that there might be one. We have an auction on Saturday afternoon of the last day of the fair for it's a all the money goes towards scholarships for our kids back in the barns, and we might have a mini Maurice to be on the auction, according to what the wood carver said. So he's going to see what he can do for us. So.
Well, very cool. And you said you have a special interest in harness racing. Can you give us a quick overview what that interest is?
Well, I have interest in a couple of horses, and you grew up in the business, so you know where I'm going with this. Once it's in your heart, it stays there, and you're always there doing things. And I got my little colt. He raced the other night at Scioto in the Buckeye, and he went in 155 flat, and we found out he was pretty sick. He was full of mucus. So if he wouldn't have been under the weather, who knows what he'd have done. But he's still running pretty good, racing well, and he's building up points, so hopefully he'll make the finals, and we're looking forward to racing him on Tuesday in Delaware.
Well, hey, that's one to make, right?
Yep. So, and again, thank you guys, and we got our drainage grant, and it's helped. We had a heck of a rain. It just dumped on here yesterday afternoon.
Did it?
And nowhere around the community got it but the racetrack. But in a way, that's a blessing because natural water helps to a point.
And we've had multiple sub 2-minute miles. Your track is nice and wide.
Yeah.
Say, I think we're going to go to post parade, but before you leave, I would like you, if we can talk about it, not sure if it's out, but it sounds like we may be having trainers year round. Welcome back here.
Yes.
Oh, nope. We're not going to go to post parade. Doug's going to have them turn one more time. So can you give us?
Well,
I guess the hard work you've put behind that.
Denny Fricky and I, who are like co-directors in charge of harness racing, and our committee on our harness committee, have said, for years and years and years, we had a lot of horses in this barn, and there were some very good horses out of these barns on this fairgrounds, and we've had a lot of great races here over the years, and this track is built just like Delaware's track. So for a while that a lot of the older guys retired off, and we didn't have anybody in the barns. Well, the board has now approved the process to start. So we're working on now looking at what we need to do to the barns to get them ready, and then talk to some horsemen. We have a couple horsemen already that have shown some interest.
Great.
So we're in the starting stages. So hopefully by next spring at the latest, I'm going to say that because there's some things we have to do, and we as soon as the fair gets over, we're going to have a meeting. I got a meeting lined up with our committee again and our fair manager, and we're going to try to draw it a little tighter and see what we need to do to get things ready, and then start moving forward with that.
Well, that's a big deal, and you thanked us, but we need to thank you for putting on such a great program. We love your crowd. Every year is just fantastic. The turnout here.
Connor Raines, he's a great young man. He can sing very well. So, and we have with the pari-mutuels, and we do have adult beverages over there. So
it makes for a great night.
Yeah,
and of course we have day 2 tomorrow. So if you're not here tonight and you're just listening, make sure you come on up at 6:30.
There's only one 175th Allen County Fair, and
don't miss it.
Don't miss out on it.
Don't miss it.
And again, Ashley, thank you and all your crew for what all you guys do, and we're very blessed to be part of it.
Well, thank you for the kind words as always, and appreciate you getting up here. We're going to wish you the best of luck throughout the entirety of your fair and with your horses.
Thank you very much.
There was a quick post parade that Doug gave us. I'm going to go through the second division of the 2-year-old filly pacers. I'm going to hand my headset off to Roger really quick. Give us just a moment. I'm playing musical microphones there, Roger.
Well, that's all right.
So we're going to take a look really quick on the rail. Pierce Henry up for Robert Brooks. This is Lover's Waltz. This is a Racing Hill filly coming off a third-place finish at Napoleon in 2:04.1. She's hit the board 8 times in 10 seasonal starts, $12,000 made.
The 2 horses, Me So Fine, owned by the Winchester Bay Acres. Hank Levan trains and drives. 4 wins and 11 starts this season. Fastest was 2:01.3 up at Ottawa. Was 3rd last time out at Salina, timed in 59.4. The 2, Me So Fine.
Burning Spirit, Dylan Fagan up for Brett Swartz. Another one coming off a third-place finish from Rock Springs. The Rock went there the mile in 2:08.2. This is a Catch the Fire filly. Still looking for a very first lifetime win. Originally a $3,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic.
The 4 horses, I'm Gonna Be Famous. A 2-year-old filly, but Western fame. Steve Botter is the trainer for owner Harold Lee Botter and Cool Winds Farm. Emmanuel Miller is the driver. This is the first official start as a qualifying mile at Scioto from the rail. Raced 7th throughout, was beaten 45 1/4 lengths. Last quarter 31-4, but was individually timed 2:03 1/5.
The 5-horse Legendary Notice, Jeff Neisonger in the sulky for Mark Winters. This is a bit of a legend filly, owned out of Dayton, Ohio. Has hit the board 7 times in 8 starts. 2 back at Chillicothe. Was a winner in 2:05.1. However, further back than that in a qualifier at Scioto, did time her mile in 1:57.4. Final quarter 29-2.
6 horses barefoot on the beach. Jessica Smith of Xenia is the owner. This is a 2-year-old filly, Catch the Fire. Randy Smith is the trainer. Ronnie Gillespie, with 2 wins on the card, is in the sulky. 5 starts this season. Had a 2nd-place finish in the last effort at Greenville. That last effort was at Salina at Greenville. I'm not sure where the horse raced there. It says line to be announced, but 2 back at least. 2nd at Salina, timed in 2:03 3/5.
There is your field of 6 for the 6th. Remember, the 2nd division of freshman Philly Pacers. Didn't do a whole lot of introduction, but you heard the voice. You probably don't need an introduction of Roger Houston. Roger, you did the first 5 for us. How was your night so far?
All right, I made it through the first 5, so, and I got those first 5 over in every 15 minutes. That's what you shoot for.
And I say, you keep them on track. Not everybody does that.
Well, I do my best to get them out, and because sometimes horsemen get busy and they lose track of time.
And also, the speakers aren't great, and specifically at this track, those barns are around the first turn there, and it does take them a while. They're a little bit further off the track than some of the other county fairs.
I talk a little louder at Lima.
Do ya?
Horses going to the gate. The Mike Wopenberg starting gate. By the way, I'm glad to see you made it up from Rock Springs.
Yep, I did.
Was that the first time you ever been to Rock Springs?
It was the very first time, and I hope to go back.
It was wild.
Oh, yeah, it is. Here's Doug Ballinger with the call of the 6th.
They're off and pacing. That's Lover's Waltz. All stride at the start. Up on the outside, Me So Fine going right to the front. Burning Spirit comes out in 3rd. Taking it tucked. Legendary Notice is 3rd. After that miscue, Lover's Waltz is 4th. Racing 5th. Burning Spirit and trailing up field. I'm Gonna Be Famous as they head up the backside. Field is Pacers separated by some 7 to 8 lengths. Me So Fine leads the way to the backside in the opening quarter. Burning Spirit getting that 2-hole trip. Legendary Notice racing 3rd. Lover's Waltz is 4th. Burning Spirit 5th. And I'm Gonna Be Famous trails the field. They step by the opening quarter. Me So Fine has the lead by the opening quarter in 31 2/5. Burning Spirit right there 2nd. Racing 3rd. Legendary Notice. Lover's Waltz next in 4th. Burning Spirit 2nd to to last, fifth, and sixth and last. I'm gonna be famous. Still in straight alignment. No one to go after the leader at this time. Coming on over to the halfway point. Me So Fine. Hank Levan lead the way. Burning Spirit right there second. 3 off the lead is Legendary Notice. Racing fourth, Lovers Waltz. First to move, Barefoot on the Beach, Ronnie Gillespie. And trailing the field, I'm gonna be famous. They're halfway home. They head to 5/8 at the half in 105 and 1/5. Down the backside they go. Me So Fine shows the way. Burning Spirit is second. Legendary Notice third. Out and on the move on the outside. Barefoot on the Beach, moving up with every stride. Now fourth, now third on the outside. Buried inside. Lovers Waltz is shuffled the last. Moving on the outside. I'm gonna be famous. They're into the far turn, and they're all chasing Me So Fine. Burning Spirit right there second. Legendary Notice will need room. Barefoot on the Beach on the outside. 3/4 in 137 and 2. A little better than an eighth of a mile. Me So Fine has got every call. Burning Spirit is coming after that leader. Legendary Notice will tip 3 wide. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. Me So Fine trying to fend off Burning Spirit. Burning Spirit in the final strides. Me So Fine and Legendary Notice.
Fine. Second.
The mile 207,
Legendary
1/5.
Notice, the third. The mile 207, 1/5. Well, I'll say one thing. Hank Levan, who last week, Me So Fine paced in 59 and 4 at Salina, took him to the 3/4 in 137 and 2, but got outstepped coming home.
I know, had a huge hold on Me So Fine going to the half and 105 and 1. Especially off fractions like that, it's really hard to beat front end speed, but
You just sometimes it works just the opposite.
yeah.
You go that slow to the half, sometimes
You're
it's a
caught
little hard to
sleeping.
get him back in gear.
And that was all Burning Spirit. The first lifetime victory for this Catch the Fire filly.
2 weeks ago, Dylan Fagan celebrated his 30th birthday.
Happy belated to him.
If it was his birthday, I'd sing.
Burning Spirit, originally just a $3,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. Puts about $2,600 or so. More on his card, I should say.
Yep. Burning Spirit, that's a maiden victory. 207 and 1/5. Final half in 102. Final quarter 29 and 4. Scoring here for Brett Swartz. Filly by Catch the Fire. She's a game major. Out of Art Major.
Here comes our winner, slowly making her way back to the winner's circle. We've got Brett Swartz and daughter Alexis.
I tried to get the young lady that brought me over here, met me downstairs. Del Insco, who was a Grand Circuit driver, drove HT Luca. Oh, wait, I'll tell the story later.
She's a game major. Her first career win. Hard Gun Racing Stable. Belaric, Racehorse Express of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Swartz trains. Dylan Fagan drives the winner. The mile 207, 1/5. This race sponsored by Cool Wind Farms. Kim Haynes, trackside to make the presentation of the blanket.
Burning Spirit, Me So Fine, and Legendary Notice. Doug will have the complete order of finish momentarily.
Results are official. Number 1, Lovers Waltz 4. 2, Me So Fine 2. 3, Burning Spirit, the winner. Number 4, I'm Gonna Be Famous 6. 5, Legendary Notice 3. Number 6, Barefoot on the Beach 5. The mile 207, 1/5. Fractions of 31 and 2. 105 and 1, 137 and 2. Top down 4-2-1, 6-3-5 on the bottom. 7th race up next. Field
Seventh race is the Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old Colt Trot. Carries the purse $7,050, the second division. Field of 5 to go postward. What I was saying was that the young lady that came up with me into the stands, her grandfather was Del Insco, who drove H.T. Luca in the 3-horse battle in the Little Brown Jug way back a long time ago. That was won by Nansemon and Hervé Fillon, and Albatross driven by Stanley Dancer. The third horse, and that's usually the trivia question. You ask people, who was the third horse, a division winner? It was H.T. Luca, Jackie Insco's grandfather. So Jackie's a veterinarian here in the Lima area. And,
wow.
She came down to see me, and she rode under saddle a couple of years. Won a race, I believe, at Scioto Downs under saddle many years ago.
I'll say we don't do it too much in Ohio anymore, but we've been hearing comments on like Jabber that we'd like to see it back here in Ohio, because I think they do a little bit. Is it out east every once in a while? They'll put some under saddle.
The last one I saw was Ray Snitker under saddle at Goshen, New York.
Goshen, okay.
So occasionally they'll have them there. We'll be back with the 7th in just a few moments.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Headed into race 7 of 13 tonight at the Allen County Fair here in Lima, Ohio. Up next, the second division of freshman Colt Trotters, a nice purse, $7,050 on the line. Actually a little bit shorter of a field than what we've seen so far tonight. 5 are going to go behind the gate. Roger, here in Lima, and our last race sponsor was Cool Winds Farm. That is not somebody that we have had a shout out to yet here this evening. Cool Winds, of course, based in Lima, not too far down the road. That is Randy and Kim Haynes.
You know who's driving the truck out there screening the track?
No way.
Randy
Is he
Haynes.
really?
Yeah.
I guess didn't pay that close of attention.
They made him get a license tonight. Wait a minute. It wasn't a driver's license. I don't know. State Racing Commission license. I don't want anybody to think he didn't have a driver's license. Yeah, I got to see Randy. I'll tell you one thing. They've done a great job getting this track in the way it is, because there's no stabling here year-round or anything like that. So they started working on the track probably Saturday, I'm guess, Saturday and Sunday, and great surface here tonight for these horses.
It is. This is just a nice wide track in the first place. And Kevin, who was just up here with me, is the director of the fair here, and he announced that they just got it approved that they will be bringing back year-long training here on the grounds.
Really?
Yep, there's already a couple horsemen that have expressed interest. They're just in the beginning stages, so they've got, some things to work out, but the big hurdle of just getting it approved to have people back on the track year-round, that is a check mark.
I'll tell you, if that's the case and they can work it out, this track will be lightning fast
Wicked
next year.
fast. Absolutely, I agree with you.
I'm happy to hear that because it seems like more and more county fairgrounds in the state of Ohio are trying to get rid of the Horsemen from training there. So it's nice to hear that Allen County's thinking of putting it back in the barn area, horses year-round.
And there definitely are a handful, and Lima is one of them, that they really support harness racing, and I think Kevin has been a great deal of support for us.
A long time ago, Mr. Steiner of Steiner Stock Farm here in town, he asked me to be the announcer here. It might have been back in the 60s, way back when I was just getting started, and I had a different fair at the same time. I guess it would be Greenville. And Greenville, of course, in those days raced 8 or 9 racing programs for the whole week instead of the 3 that they got this year. And so the schedule just didn't permit me to be there, come up here and announce. But yeah, I remember when he gave me the call that many years ago. You talk about a good individual for harness racing. Mr. Steiner sure was.
How far down the road is Steiner Stock?
Oh, I was going to say a 4 wood. It's close. Are you into golf?
No.
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry to disappoint on that one.
No, it's no more than a half a mile, mile at the most. It's a large farm, too.
I don't think I've ever been by it.
Yeah.
I've stopped by Randy's place before.
Yeah.
Because he, of course, is on the OHHA board of directors. He's our vice president of OHHA. And I had to stop by earlier in the year to drop him off something. I've never gotten a tour of Cool Winds, though, but I don't think I've ever been by
We
Steiner.
go back to Salina, and I know we go by the farm, go out here and go straight down for maybe 100 yards, make a right, and it goes right around the Steiner farm.
Okay.
Betting favored in this race at 7-5 is the 3, Rude Dude L. And I tell you, we got some winners here. Mickey's Money's won 4 of 11. Soulful Saul's 2 of 8. Rude Dude L, 3 of 9. Long to Be With You, 2 of 7. And Winding Path, 3 of 10. So these horses know how to win a horse race.
Oh, yeah, this is a very good group of colts. And really the 5 winding, or winding, is it pronounced winding? Winding Path, not winding path?
Winding Path.
It is Winding Path. All right, there we go. So our Winding Path, as you said, has hit the board 7 of 10 times.
The Winding Path might be windy.
Guess we'll see. He is, I guess how do you want to say it? I don't want to call him the cheapest, but he just hasn't earned as much money. That's what I'm trying to say, as everybody else, but he still has almost $13,000 in those 10 starts, and he's coming right off of a wire-to-wire win from Salina. There is the Bugle for race 7. Looks like we are going to gather here. Going to pass it over to Doug Ballinger.
7th race. 2-year-old colt trot for $7,050. Biddle's Appliances blanket, a field of 5. Number 1, Mickey's Money, the driver, Jeff Neisonger. Number 2, Soulful Saul with Carson Conrad. Number 3, Rude Dudell, Hank Levan up. 4, Long to Be With You with Justin Hall. And number 5, Winding Path, Ed Greeno Jr. in the sulky.
A field of 5 on the rail. Mickey's Money. Jeff Neisonger trains and drives this black colt by Ready for Money out of a Master Levesque mare. Is hit the board 8 times at 11 starts. Almost $22,000 made. Race very tough last time out at Troy. Ended up 3rd in 2:03.2. But if we go back a handful, he had 3 wire-to-wire wins in a row. And I believe that was Eaton, Sydney, and Lebanon or somewhere around there. He is maybe the one to beat. Guess we'll see. But we have a very nice group of colts here.
The 2 horses, Soulful Saul. Steve Carter trains. Carson Conrad is the driver. J.E. Mossbarger, Peggy Carter, and P.W. Skinner are the owners. 2-year-old got him, but Ready for Money. 2 wins in 8 starts this season, 5 times first, second, or third in those 8 starts. The last win was 2 back at Urbana, 159-4 with a final panel 29-4. Then raced in a Ohio Sire Stake leg at Northfield on August the 10th and was second in 157, final quarter 30-3. So he's raced a lot higher than the Ohio Colt Racing Associations. Let's see how he does tonight. Soulful Saul.
Rude Dude L is the richest of this field. Hank Levan trains and drives his long Tom Gelding. He's had 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes in just 9 starts. He has over $30,000 in the bank. Last time out was in a Buckeye Stallion series, but I want to go way back. He started and got a check, got a 5th-place check, and the $150,000 Next Generation at Scioto Downs. His mile there was 1:55.3.
The 4 horses long to be with you. Mitchell Standardbreds and Golden Gates USO, the owners. Justin Hall trains and drives. 2-year-old gelding, but Long Tom out of Connie has 7 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. The latest win was at Bucyrus in a leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series in 2:02 and 2/5, and I think that might have been the fastest of the 4 divisions that night. His last effort was in the Buckeye Stallion Series up at Northfield, August 13th. Had the rail, had a little trouble getting away, didn't make a break but stayed flat, but from the rail got away 4th, got as close as 3rd, and then kind of back through the field a bit, finishing 6th, timed in 2 minutes and 2/5. The 4, long to be with you.
Starting from the 5-hole winding path, Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives, coming off of a wire-to-wire win at Salina in 2:04 and 4. $12,000 on the card for this Enterprise gelding. Here we go. Doug Ballinger with the call of the 7th, the 2nd division of 2-year-old Colt Trotters.
They're up and trotting, winding path, along with Long to Be With You. Go right to the front. Mickey's Money jumps it off, makes a miscue as they leave the gate. Soulful Saul will take a tuck 3rd, and Soulful Saul's off stride. Rude Duel between horses, trying to get through those breakers as they race on over to the opening 8th. Winding path will guide him up the backside. Long to Be With You 2nd, and Rude Duel is off stride. Soulful Saul back down trotting 4th, and Mickey's Money trails the field on the backside in the opening quarter. Winding path the leader by 2. Long to Be With You 2nd. Rude Dudell 3rd, racing 4th. Soulful Saul. Mickey's Money can see them all as they race by the opening quarter. The end of the turn, Ed Greeno Jr. Winding path by the opening quarter in 33 seconds to the 3/8 they trot. Long to Be With You is next. Rude Dudell 3rd, racing 4th. Soulful Saul and Mickey's Money way back trails the field. They pass the stand for the first time and come to the halfway point. On top of the field, winding path shows the way. Long to Be With You next. Rude Dude L. Soulful Saul and Mickey's Money in that order. They're halfway home at the half on top. Winding path with the lead. Long to Be With You is 2nd. Halfway home in 1:04 and 3/5. Rude Dude L 3rd with a lot of ground to make up at a short time to get there. Soulful Saul 4th. Mickey's Money trails the field down the backside of the 3/4. Winding path has the lead and has it by 2 3/4. Long to Be With You 2nd. Rude Dudell 3rd. Soulful Saul 4th. Mickey's Money continues to trail the field across the backside for the final time into the far turn. It's winding path and Ed Greeno Jr. Long to Be With You 2nd. 3/4 trotted 1:35 and 2. Rude Dudell is 3rd. Soulful Saul 4th. Mickey's Money trails the field as they come to the top of the stretch. It's winding path. Long to Be With You. Rude Dudell. They're inside the finals, 1/8 of a mile. It's winding path. Rude Dude L with a rush on the outside. Rude Dude L coming to the line. Winding path. Rude Dude L up for 2nd. Long to Be With You home 3rd. The mile 2:07 2/5.
I don't think any of us would have expected the race to play out the way that it did. We had a lot of breakers, probably the 2, yep, they are the 2 longest shots on the board. really cut the whole mile there. So it was our 5 Winding Path. And 11 seasonal starts now, has 4 wins, and goes 2 in a row for Ed Greeno Jr.
7-1.
Yeah.
Woo. Breakers, breakers, breakers into that first turn. And one of those was Rude Dudell, who spotted the horses probably 20 lengths or better and came on to be a strong second at the wire.
So he definitely came back and made up a ton of ground. But as Hank was coming across the grandstand for the first time, I didn't know if he had his hands full or what was going on. He kind of looked a little funky. But then right to the wire, I don't know if Hank just let him have his head. He finally just figured it out and wanted to trot on, but that he did.
So in 10 starts now, he's got 3 wins, 4 seconds and 2/3. That is 9 times in 10 starts, hitting the ticket. And you don't have to win them all to make money.
No, you do not.
Winding Path, least amount of money this year is only $12,000, but this evening picks up about $3,500.
This was one of our bigger purses, just because we split it into only 2 divisions for these freshman colt trotters.
7th race, the 2nd division of the 2-year-old colt trot. For $7,050, number 5, Winding Path. The 2-year-old bay-coated son of Enterprise out of the Kintab Hall mare. Why I Did Hanover, 4th of the season. E.G. Trot of Finley owned. Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives the winner. The mile, 2:07 2/5. This race sponsored by Bindle's Appliances of Lima. Here's the way they finished. Number 1, Mickey's Money, 4. 2, So Full Saul, 5. 3, Rude Dudell, 2. 4, Long to Be With You, 3. And the 5, Winding Path was the winner. The mile, 2:07 2/5. 33 seconds, 1:04 and 3, 1:35 and 2, 4:52, 3, 1 on the bottom.
On to race 8, and a full field of 8 in this one. This is our largest field of the night. It is the 175th Allen County Fair sponsored event. The Dunlap Renner Memorial Signature Series for Pacers. 8 of them to go postward. Well, they score. Do they score
8 wide here? Yeah. They were hoping to have 9 dropped in the box so they could finally use that saddle pad, that number 9 saddle pad. But that's still a nice big card for this one.
Half-mile tracks that score 8, I guess, would be Lima, Bucyrus, Delaware, and Northfield. I don't know. I don't know of any other one.
I didn't even realize that Bucyrus. I haven't been to Bucyrus in years. I didn't think that they were even that wide.
Yeah, we had the 8-hole.
Yeah,
that's why I know. I was hoping the 7 and 8 was a trailer, but
no,
he handled the 8 well.
No such luck. He did. He had a nice win earlier today too, didn't you?
Yeah, down at Wellington. I don't know why Rosie asked me at the beginning of the year, says, what are all the fairs that you're going to announce at? So I give her a total list. So far, I haven't seen him. The last time I saw my horse was in Aiken, South Carolina, back in March.
And, of course, that's...
Oh, no, Freshman Focus.
Oh, Freshman Focus. But, of course, we're talking about Eckert
Hill
Brady. Yep.
I said, you want to change the name? She says, no. I had his half-sister. She did well. We'll be back with more from the Allen County Fair in just a few moments.
Make summer memories this year at the Ohio County Fairs. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be live streaming every race this year, and we want you to be there. Be a part of the excitement with the 2025 Ohio County Fair Racing Passport. Stop by the OHHA broadcast location in the grandstand to pick up your passport and stamp. Get stamps at every fair you attend. Prizes will be awarded to those that attend the most racing programs. Get your passport at the first fair you attend or call the OHHA office at 614-221-3650. Harness Racing, the fastest ride at the fair.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Back here at the Allen County Fair in Lima, Ohio. The Dunlap Renner Memorial Signature Series Pace. And man, what a field we've got here. Highest money earner in the field, $365,000 for Big Booty Rudy. And Big Booty Rudy won the free-for-all at Eaton, won the Xenia Chip Noble Memorial. Steps up big time.
These are a lot of horses that we're seeing go around the county fairs, of course, for the Signature Series, but we will have a few drop in here from Scioto Downs and Northfield as well.
Field of 8 to go postward here. $5,175. Decent purse for this Allen County Fair event. Quite higher than a lot of the county fairs here in the Buckeye State for the Signature Series. Of course, that Signature Series, I do believe, the final at Delaware, Ohio.
Goes for what?
$12,000.
I think it's $12,000. You're right. The dates have changed this year for Delaware. Kind of changed the race cards.
They did that because they want to kind of even out the number of races, not have as many races on Wednesday and Thursday. So they kind of spread it out. They want to hold, and people, you know, sometimes you get 21, 22 races on Jug Day. They're going to try and hold it this year to 18.
That's what Jay Wolf, I worked with him sometime last week, and I think there were 22 last year with the heats of the Jug on Jug Day, of course, on Thursday. And I think he did say that they really do not want more than 18. That is it.
You see how, did he get into the fact of how he tracks all the races at the county fairs? And
I don't know.
Beginning of the week, Delaware, he can almost tell you how many horses are going to enter each race by past experience at the other county fairs that we've had. If you ever get to sit down with, I thought I was a statistician. I can't even hold a candle
to Jay Wolf. No. I'll leave that to you guys. I am not a numbers person.
I stayed with him one weekend or something, and I got the tour of Jay's office. And I mean, you talk about something packed with memorabilia. He got everything you can imagine. I've only seen one office in all of harness racing, and that is John Manzi's office at Monticello Raceway. And his office was 3 or 4 times the size of Jay's office, but I think Jay had just as much in his office as John Manzi had.
I thought you were going to say I've only seen one office messier, and it was going to be Frank Frost.
I wouldn't say it was Frank's. I'd say it was Ashley Daly's.
Oh, whatever.
I mean, I can get away with saying it was yours.
I'd say, Roger, we don't get to work together too much, especially on air, but we are together Thursday night for the big night at Greenville, and we did get to hang out a little bit earlier in the year for Freshman Focus.
Yeah. Saw Ryan Miller here tonight and already had a winner. First time I've seen Ron Gillespie this year.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Say he has some really nice horses. He's made the step up to a lot of parimutuel races.
Now he's back training at Greenville, isn't he?
I believe so. Yep. Yeah, because where was he at last year? There was one year that he was at Zanesville or something on, wasn't it?
Well, that's where he had Sugar instead.
Okay.
It was at Zanesville.
So that would have been a couple years
Circleville. Might have been Circleville last year.
Gotcha. See. Still quite a lot of people in our grandstands. Lima does a great job bringing people and keeping people for the whole race card.
Evening racing makes a difference.
Especially with 6:30, or we started at 6:30. 6:30 post time. It just allows people to actually get home from work, you know. It's been a great evening so far. It was a little hot when I first pulled up and got out of my car. The sun was shining. But Kevin, as he stopped up here earlier, said they got dumped on yesterday. The track got pretty wet. But it's worked out in our favor tonight.
Yeah, I'll be with Doug at Hicksville on Wednesday. First time I've ever been to Hicks.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Looking forward to it. Doug and I both doing the OHHA broadcasts.
So we brought that up earlier when Doug was up here. Of course, you and Doug work together a lot because you're trading off your announcer duties, but you're never on the OHHA broadcast together, so it's going to be a first for you.
Yeah.
I think we are. There we go. So we are definitely gathering for the post parade here, and there is our bugle. This is the Signature Series Pace, Race 8, a full gate, 8 horses. To go forward, I'm going to pass it over to Doug Ballinger.
We are on the track for the 8th race. The Dunlap Runner Memorial Signature Series Pace for $5,175. And these are the horses. Number 1 is Mary Jerry, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2 is Lady Holly, driven by Drew Neal. Number 3, So Incredible, Jacob Baird. 4, Big Booty Rudy, Jeff Neisonger up. Number 5 is Undeterred with driver Hank Levan. 6, I Want My Money, Kyle Ladd drives. Number 7 is Dragon Grad with Alan Willems. And number 8, Cousin Louie, Ranger Stack in the sulky.
We will take a look now on the route. Ronnie Gillespie drives Mary Jerry for Kenny Hurst. This is a 5-year-old gelding by American Ideal. Last time out at Urbana, that is his home track, had a 2nd place finish in 1:57.2. But if we go further back than that, 4 back at Scioto, a little bit more than a month ago now, went a mile in 1:51.4. $94,000 made lifetime for this 5-year-old with a mark and 1:52 flat at Dayton.
The 2 horses, Lady Holly. Courtney Macon, the trainer. Drew Neal gets the call for owner Ryan Dickey. 5-year-old mare, Shadow Play. Winless in 14 starts, does have 3 seconds and a third. That third was last time out at Scioto Downs, 1:54.1. Final quarter, 29.1. Lifetime, 6 of 75, $56,000 to 2, Lady Holly.
Jacob Baird trains and drives the 3 So Incredible. This is a 10-year-old gelding. He's hit the board 9 times this year and 26 seasonal starts, almost $23,000 in the bank. If we go, or for this just season, I should say, if we go 5 back, was a winner at Scioto in 1:51.3. Final quarter, 28 flat.
The 4 horses, Big Booty Rudy. Jessica and Amelia Smith of Xenia, the owners. Randy Smith, the trainer. Jeff Neisonger gets the call. A 9-year-old gelding, but Big Bad John, 3 of 23 this season. Was the winner of the Chip Noble Memorial at Xenia in 56.1. Also won the free-for-all at Eaton in 2:02.2. Last time out was 4th in the free-for-all at Troy, individually timed 56.1. That race went in 55.3.
Undeterred leaves from the 5th post position. Hank Levan in the bike of his own trainee. This is a 4-year-old mare by Racing Hill. I do have a line to be announced from Greenville, so not sure how she did there at in the Signature Series, but two back at Salina did have a third place finish in 156 and 2.
6 horses, I Want My Money, Jacob Baird, Kyle Ladd, the driver, 4 of 27, 155 and 3 at Northfield. Last time out was second at Salina in 156.
Dragon Grad from the 7, Alan Woolham's in the bike for Brian Georges, coming off of a third place finish at Scioto in 152 and 1, still looking for the first seasonal win.
The 8 horses, Cousin Louie, 8-year-old gelding with Big Bad John. Leanne Davenport is the owner-trainer. Ranger Steck already got a win on tonight's card in the Holton Youth driving race. 12 starts this season, best 2 third-place finishes. One of those thirds was timed in 55 and 3 at Northfield on the half-mile track. Doug Ballinger with the call of race 8.
The rough and pacing, that's Mary Jerry from the inside. Undeterred in the middle of the track, comes out in second. Lady Holly racing third into the turn. So incredible. The outside racing next. Big Booty Rudy around the turn. Going on over to the opening 8th. Dragon Grad and trailing a field. Cousin Louie down the backside going to the opening quarter. Mary Jerry, Ronnie Gillespie show the way. So incredible. I Want My Money on to the opening quarter. Undeterred next in third. Big Booty Rudy as they race by the opening quarter. Lady Holly to the inside. Racing by the quarter. Mary Jerry takes the field of pacers by the quarter in 28 seconds. Round the turn to the 3/8 they go. Showing the way. Mary Jerry by a length. I Want My Money getting that 2-hole trip. So incredible comes first up on the outside. Passing the stands first time. Undeterred along the pylons 4th. 5th on the outside. Big Booty Rudy racing 6th. Lady Holly. Dragon Grad 7th and Cousin Louie trails the field. They're halfway home. Mary Jerry has the field past the half in an even 57 seconds. Midway round the turn, Mary Jerry the leader. I Want My Money is second. Racing third, Undeterred. 4th is so incredible. Out and on the move on the outside. Big Booty Rudy with every stride was 5th. Now 4th on the outside. Midpoint of the backside. Dragon Grad on the outside to the inside. Lady Holly, Cousin Louie trails the field. Mary Jerry has the field by 3/4, 126 and 2. Around the turn, Mary Jerry the leader. Big Booty Rudy coming at him on the outside. 1/8 of a mile to pace. With less than an 1/8 coming to the wire, Mary Jerry, Big Booty Rudy. Mary Jerry can hear the hoof steps. A Big Booty Rudy, but coming to the line. Mary Jerry will get there in time. Big Booty Rudy second. I Want My Money third. Undeterred home 4th.
There you have it. Mary Jerry.
156 and 1.
156 and 1. Mary Jerry. Kenneth Hurst, the trainer. Ron Gillespie, the driver. 5-year-old gelding of American Ideal out of Toy Delight by Better's Delight. Picks up the 3rd win in 23 starts. Adds 25-50 to the bankroll this year. Puts the earnings getting very close to $30,000. Almost $29,000 on the year. Big Booty Rudy just too far back to catch the leader. Was sitting 5th or 6th down the backside. Steadily made up ground, but Ronnie Gillespie had a little bit more left in the tank and got Mary Jerry home a win by, I'd say 2 lengths, maybe 2 1/4, something like that. I Want My Money was 3rd for Kyle Ladd, and Undeterred with Hank Levan finished 4th. The mile 156 and 1, final half 59 and 1.
What a class act in Big Booty Rudy, right? That is the 3rd already on the night for Ronnie Gillespie as a driver.
Shades of 3 or 4 years ago.
So we don't get him too much.
No.
Nothing like we used to.
He's training a lot more horses.
Nice horses, too.
He's limited to where he goes and such as that. And he's racing more at the race meets as well. So that takes away from going to the county fairs. That is one of the reasons that Drew Neal went flying by Hank Levan for the most wins at the county fairs. As Hank is racing a number of horses at Scioto and Northfield, and skipping some county fairs this year.
$55. Number 1, Mary Jerry. The 5-year-old bay-coated son of American Ideal out of the Bettor's Delight mare, Toy Delight. Third of the season for Mary Jerry. Owned by a Butler Stable, Riverside, Billy Wendell, Monroe, Ohio. Kenneth Hurst trains. Ronnie Gillespie gets his third winner of the evening. Mary Jerry, 156-1. Blanket by the Allen County Fair, the 175th Allen County Fair. Mary Jerry, Ronnie Gillespie take the Dunlap Renner Memorial. Results are official. Number 1, Mary Jerry, the winner. Number 2, Lady Holly, 8-3, So Incredible, 6. 4, Big Booty Rudy, 2. Number 5, Undeterred, 4. The 6, I Want My Money, 3. Number 7, Dragon Grad, 5. And number 8, Cousin Louie, 7. The mile, 156, 1/5. 28, 57, 126 and 2. Rechecking 186, 243, 5, 7 on the bottom.
Better finish that story when I said I almost had a heart attack. A father and daughter were leaving the grandstand. I didn't realize that the daughter was standing on the seat and her father was standing on the floor of the grandstand, and I thought this girl's 7 feet tall. She's really only 5'8".
Your eyes are playing tricks on you, Roger. Up next, race 9 of 13. We are getting there here tonight. Second division of sophomore filly trotters up next. Another field of 5. Roger and I will introduce you to them after a brief message from our sponsors.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead, sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Headed back into race number 9 of the evening, just day 1 of 2 for the Allen County Fair. If you're not here tonight, we hope you're here tomorrow. We're going to be back here with another 6:30 p.m. post time.
Do you have any idea, the 4-horse here, we got LT Loverboy, we got LT by a nose here. What does the LT stand for?
Long Tom.
Long Tom. So.
Yep, because they're all by Long Tom.
Why am I that stupid?
No, because you wouldn't believe how many conversations we had last year about this same thing. We had to really look to figure that out. No, you weren't. But because amongst ourselves at OHHA.
When I did a 20 questions with Wayne Mast.
Yes.
I asked him before we started, I says, is it Lieutenant or LT? He says it's LT, but he didn't say why. But when I first saw it, Lieutenant by a nose.
Yep. I think last year when LT Loverboy first came on the scene, Frank was calling him Lieutenant too. So you weren't the only one.
No.
Frank was also calling him that. Because I get it. It makes a lot of sense. But the LT, I believe, just stands for Long Tom because that's their daddy.
Another question. Ryan Miller had a horse that we did on Freshman Focus. Remember, and it was M.O.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Mo or is it M.O.? Has he got to the races? Because I haven't seen where he's raced yet.
You know, I do think I've seen, I can't remember, is it a filly or colt? You remember if that was a filly or colt? I do think I've seen it recently, but it's been a few fairs back. I don't think it's not starting a ton.
Ryan told us they called the horse Mo, and I says, well, maybe it's M.O. for police terminology or something.
Roger, I was up in Michigan over the weekend. I have a friend that lives in Hart, Michigan. Which
I
is
thought you said you was at Hastings.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you a story. So I was up in Hart, Michigan. My best friend from college lives there. It's about an hour and a half south of Traverse, so she's on Lake Michigan. And I was so excited because Sunday, so yesterday and today, Hart was having their county fair races. We get there 4 p.m. yesterday. I'm excited to show her, give her, and just have fun, right? We don't get to watch races a whole lot. We've got to work the races. And I pull up. They canceled. They have to postpone because the track is a mess.
So remember, folks, the next time Ashley Daly shows up at your fairgrounds and she's not working, you're going to have the races canceled.
It was so deep.
Yeah.
It was they tried their hardest, and they originally it was supposed to be a 4 p.m. post. Said, "Oh, we can't do it. We need to work it." Pushed it back to 6, and about 5 o'clock, they ended up canceling the 2 days back to back. And I was so excited to get up there and just experience Michigan racing. I'm not familiar with it at all.
Yeah. I'd like to make the trip up to see him race at Hastings. Of course, the Carlo family has that operation, and I go back with that family all the way back to the 50s when they owned and operated the license for Lebanon Raceway.
Oh.
And they took me up to Northville Downs to announce one night, so I got to get a hold of them, see if work out a deal to go up to Hastings and add another racetrack to the venue.
Did you ever work much with the old Lebanon Raceway when they were?
Did I ever announce there?
Yeah.
Oh, many times.
I say.
The very first year in 1960, I did the county fair,
Did ya?
Warren County Fair at Lebanon Raceway. And then, of course, I substituted a lot of times over the years for Uncle Don, and we did special promotions.
Oh,
with
yeah, because
Casey Menlin.
You were down there quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because that was your area. I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah. That was my old stomping grounds. Sat in the back row of the grandstand the night of my senior prom, betting the horses.
Did you really?
Guess who I was sitting with and betting the horses?
I don't know.
Pete Rose.
What?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And all the stories about him gambling were true.
Were true.
I mean, at least for the horses.
Yeah.
I mean, he would show up in Latonia, at Hamilton, Lebanon. Always went up to have Uncle Don mark his program.
Okay.
Who he thought was going to win. So one night, Uncle Don gave him a horse to bet. Next night, Pete came up to the announcer's booth at Lebanon Raceway, and Don says, "What, did you bet that horse?" Oh, Pete said, "I threw him out." He says, "You dummy, he paid $47 to win."
Now, Pete just passed away. Was it this year?
Yeah.
This year?
Oh, well, this year or late
I would
last
say
year.
it hasn't been a whole year yet, I didn't think.
The one Pete Rose story, Pastor Joe at the Meadows loved Pete Rose, so we bought him a $100 ticket to get his picture and autograph with Pete Rose when he was at the Wild Things game. And Pete asked him what he did for a living, and he said, "I'm the pastor out at the Meadows Racetrack." And the first thing Pete says, "Is Roger still there?"
Ah, how cool is that?
Yeah.
There was our bugle. I think I'm going to turn it over to Doug for our post parade.
The 9th race. Second Division 3-year-old filly trot for $4,602. Colt Racing Association, sponsored by Bach Promotional Products. A field of 5. Carson Conrad will drive the 2. These are the horses. Number 1 is Annie L., the driver Hank Levan. Number 2, Plucky Pammy T., driven by Carson Conrad. Number 3, Rose Run Ashton, the driver Jeff Nicesonger. Number 4 is LT by a Nose with Ronnie Gillespie. And number 5, SLF Timo Prize, Jason Beatty in her sulky.
And that's a field of 5 to go postward here in the 9th race. 3-year-old filly trot, Ohio Colt Racing Association Stake. They're going for $4,602. Let's take a look at some of the horses here in this 9th race. We'll start off with the 1, Annie L. Hank Levan trains and drives this 3-year-old filly, but Long Tom out of Pandora Oz, out of Prego de Lima. 3 of 17 this season. Fastest up at Wapak in 2:01. That was in last start, though, was at Salina, 2:01.3 with a final quarter 29.3. Hank Levan, Annie L, post 1.
Brett Schwartz will send out the 2 Plucky Pammy T. Carson Conrad will now get the drive. I have a line to be announced from Rock Springs, but if my memory serves me correctly, it was a scratch. Yep, I do have a scratch there last time out for Plucky Pammy T, who is by Long Tom. Still looking for the first seasonal win and has hit the board a handful of times. We go a few back to Urbana, had a 3rd place finish there, back by 15 lengths and at 2:04 flat. $19,000 made lifetime for this filly.
The 3 horses, Rose Run Ashton. Pamela Young's the owner and trainer of the 3-year-old filly by Uncle Peter out of Rose Run Value. Jeff Nysonger gets the call. He's been driving this of late, the last 5 starts. For the year, winless in 9, does have a 2nd and 2/3. In the last 5 with Nysonger, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 5th. So got to look out for this one. The 3, Rose Run Ashton and Jeff Nysonger.
LT by a nose. Ronnie G in the bike for Jessica Smith, owned by daughter Madison. Of course, this is a Long Tom handful back. I believe 9 starts. Was a winner at Wilmington in 2 minutes and 1/5.
And the 5 is SLF Timo Prize. Scott Ferguson trains. Jason Beatty, the driver. Winless in 11. Does have a 2nd and 3rd. Was 4th at Troy in 2:03.1. Here's Doug Ballinger with the call. We got a lot of them off stride at the start.
They're rough and trotting from the inside. Annie L goes right to the front. The outside, LT by a nose, comes out in 2nd. Racing 3rd, Rose Run Ashton. They race around the turn. Off stride is LT by a nose. The leader down the backside is Annie L. Leads it by a length right there. 2nd, Rose Run Ashton. Trotting 3rd, SLF Timo Prize. Racing next is Plucky Pammy T. Trailing the field. Select Timo Prize down the backside going to the opening quarter. Annie L. Hank Levan lead the way by a length. Rose Run Ashton is 2nd. Trotting 3rd. LT by a nose. Racing 4th is Plucky Pammy T. And SLF Timo Prize trails the field. Opening quarter was trotted in 31 3/5. They trot around the turn and head to the 3/8 mark. Annie L. the leader by 2. Racing 2nd is Rose Run Ashton. Trotting 3rd. LT by a nose. 4th is Plucky Pammy T. And SLF Timo Prize way back trails the field 5th. Passing the stands first time they come to the half. Annie L the leader by 2. Rose Run Ashton is 2nd. SLF Timo Prize. LT by a nose. To halfway point, they're halfway home at the half. 1:03 1/5 on the 5/8. Annie L leads the way to the backside. Rose Run Ashton right there, 2nd, only a length away. Next and 3rd, LT by a nose. Plucky Pammy T. SLF Timo Prize trails the field. Cross the backside for the final time. The one to catch is Annie L, who has a 2-length lead over Rose Run Ashton. Then it's 3 back to LT by a nose. Plucky Pammy T 4th. SLF Timo Prize trails the field midway round the far turn at the 3/4, 1:34 3, and Annie L opens up the 4 to 5 to 6. Rose Run Ashton is 2nd, racing 3rd. LT by a nose. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. It's all Annie L, and Hank Levan to take the 2nd division of the 3-year-old filly trot. Closing late on the outside. LT by a nose for 2nd, home 3rd. Rose Run Ashton. The mile 2:04.
Hank Levan, Annie L, as expected, at 2 to 5. 4th win in 18 this season. Actually, maybe 19. I'm not sure where she finished at Greenville.
She was a winner at Greenville. She was a winner.
That actually makes her makes it 5 of 19 then for the year. Tonight in 2:04. This is just a training model tonight.
Oh, yeah, it looked like it, didn't. Annie L. now in her last 5 starts has won 4, right? And that was 3 in a row.
Yeah.
That's what that one marked.
Were you at Greenville when she won?
I was not there.
Oh.
I was not there.
I gotta have it. And I shouldn't. I should look more at the names of the horses, but when I keep the stats on the drivers and trainers, that's all I really look at.
Yeah.
Driver and trainers. And,
See, I remember horses, and I can remember who trains them.
Yeah.
Like years down the road, I'll remember, what a 6-year-old, the current year, like a 6-year-old who started it out at 2.
Got a better memory than I got.
Only in some aspects.
I will remember if somebody comes up to me and says, "Do you remember Rose Run Ashton?" I'll remember the name, but I won't remember anything about the horse.
Yeah. Well, you look at a lot of horses tonight, Roger. Nice performance by Annie L. She was a really nice 2-year-old still. She made $37,000 last year as a freshman. Coming in tonight, and I would assume, again, with that win at Greenville, her last time out, I think she was over $30,000 coming into the night, and then adds a couple thousand more into her bankroll.
Making the way back to the winner's circle, Hank Levan and Annie L.
The 9th race, the 2nd division of the 3-year-old filly trot. Number 1, Annie L. She's a 3-year-old bay filly, but Long Tom out of the Prego Nunavut. Pandora Oz, her 5th of the season. She's owned by the Levan stable, Megan Levan and Heidi Ratcliffe of Ohio. Hank Levan trains and drives. Hank Levan drives the winner. Annie L, the mile, 2:04. Final half, 59-4. Batchy Promotional Products, the presentation of blankets to the 1 Annie L and Hank Levan. Here's the way they finished tonight. Number 1 Annie L, the winner. 2 Plucky Pammy T4. 3 Rose Run Ashton 3. 4 LT by a Nose 2. Number 5 SLF Timo Prize 5. The mile 2:04. Fractions of 31-3. The half 103-1. 3/4 134-3. Top down will read 14325 on the bottom. 10th race is up next. The
field of 6 to go. Posted 3-year-old filly pace. Purse of $5,323. Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly pace, 3rd division. Tonight at the Allen County Fair in Lima, Ohio. After these important messages.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
I mentioned earlier one of the most exciting little brown jugs of all time. Done 57 of them. But it was when Nansemond upset Albatross at Delaware, Ohio. Now, the number one trivia question is, who was the third horse in that 3-horse final heat? Most people have forgotten, but I've never forgotten. H.T. Luca with Del Insco in the sulky. Remember, that's the driver back in those days that always drove with a toothpick in his mouth. With me tonight right here, and I mentioned her earlier, Jackie Insco, granddaughter of the great Del Insco.
Thank you, Roger.
How did you make it to Lima, Ohio?
Funny story. I was doing undersaddle racing back in the 90s and raced Delaware and stuff. And I actually then, a couple years later, raced a horse named Magnificat from Appleton, Wisconsin, and we raced at Wapakoneta. So I was in Lima News. And then a few years later, my now ex-husband wanted to go to law school, and he said, where would you go? And I said, well, they still race in Ohio. So he applied to law school, and he got into Ohio Northern, and that's how I ended up in Lima, Ohio. And
Ohio Northern.
Ohio Northern, which is right over here in Ada. I love that little school.
Oh, I know where it is.
Yeah.
I went to Wilmington College in Ohio Northern, Findlay and Bluffton, Wilmington, Earlham. It was all part of the Mid-Ohio Conference back in the 60s and 70s. That's before your day. But, I know well about Ohio Northern. Spent the night one night in the gymnasium. We was playing a doubleheader in baseball, and they got about 50 cots and put us up in the gymnasium. But here in Lima, though, you're a veterinarian.
I'm a veterinarian. So once I was here and my ex was almost done with law school, I ended up deciding I was going to go back and go to vet school. And then I got into Ohio State right away. And so then life has it the way it works. I ended up buying a place right down the street and ended up here in Lima.
And how long have you been here?
We moved to Ohio in 2001. I became a vet in 2011, and I opened up the clinic in 2012. And I own a place in Delaware as well.
Oh, really?
Yep. I actually remodeled the house right down from Delaware Fairgrounds first, and it started a whole chain reaction of houses getting rehabbed. So that was kind of cool.
Make it to the fair?
I have made it to the fair. That's so I love Delaware a whole lot more than Lima, but I would love to get training back here at this track.
Well, that member of the speed committee was on earlier tonight, and he says the possibility exists that some trainers have asked to reopen the fairgrounds for training, and it is a distinct possibility.
Oh, I would love that. That would be fantastic, because I've been out of it for years, obviously with moving here and doing things, but then I'm rekindled with some friends that are in racing, and Dean McGee and I'm recruiting him out here for this winter. So I was like, well, maybe we can get training going again here. So, and I might change my place to being a rehab facility.
Do you get to work much with horses in your
So
practice?
I haven't, mostly because the caliber of medicine wasn't what I would want as far as just the area horses. But I'm actually an osteopath, which is one of the few. I think there's only 2 or 3 of us in Ohio. And that's like, I call it internal medicine and chiropractic advanced combined. And it's pretty amazing. So
now wait, chiropractic?
Chiropractic and internal medicine combined.
You get on the horse's back and walk on them?
No. No, you do different manipulations where we actually put the horse in a position to adjust themselves.
Moving the legs and stuff
yeah,
like
and
that.
they can swing their own leg out and reset the
You're
hip.
too little to do that.
Oh, it's just all about the technique. So, and then we actually pay attention to like all the arteries, veins, and nerves and how it's all affecting. So an ulcer will affect certain areas of the body, and you'll know from how they're reacting that it's an ulcer.
Do all horses have ulcers?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah.
I've always felt that.
Yes, and most of them are actually, it's been proven, most of them are duodenal ulcers, so right outside the stomach. So most scopes won't even notice it. Coconut oil, I'm a huge fan of coconut oil, can help. I'm into more natural stuff if possible. And so just adding that.
How does the person know if a horse has ulcers?
I mean,
or what gives them the idea that they have ulcers?
Usually it's kind of how they're eating. Like if they eat a little bit and they're like, oh, I don't feel good, that gives you an idea. If they just aren't eating well and or not flourishing, you got a pretty good idea.
A lot of times they go to the teeth, though, first, don't they?
Yeah, you'll pay attention to the teeth, and that has something. And that's the whole thing about being an osteopath. Pay attention to the whole horse. What's going on from the start to the finish. And my ex was a farrier as well, so I got podiatry training in there. So someday this is going to make me money, right? I have a lot of knowledge. Just have to use it.
You do it all.
I do it all. Well, it's funny. I was in Minnesota, and I was doing a rectal the other day, and Dean's like, "Oh my God! Last time I saw her arm was all the way up that horse." And you know, she set a new personal record Thursday. So that horse, I would say the owners were very happy with me.
Well, listen, I know you were friends, and singing Ashley's back, and we got to go on with the show. But
Awesome.
Make me a promise. See me at Delaware.
Well, I'm not making it to Delaware this year.
Oh, you're
no. Minnesota's got their super night that same week. But,
really?
Well, maybe I'll come out that Thursday. I'll have to look when it is. Maybe we will.
Well, if you're possible, do.
But I will absolutely look you up. It's been a pleasure seeing you, Roger. Thanks for inviting me on. And anytime, honey. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jackie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jackie Insko of the famed Del Insko family, her granddad. Boy, I don't know if you could overhear the conversation, but she's a vet that can do it all.
Couldn't hear much of it.
Chiropractic, and all that stuff.
Is she large animal or small?
Well, I think she's all animals.
Yeah.
Probably
Very cool.
large animals, because I heard her talking about. Well, it was a dog story. She was talking to this gentleman who was sitting in front of us, but never know who you're going to meet.
No,
at
you
a
do
county
not.
fair.
Well, we are not totally gathered yet, but there is the bugle. Doug's trying to push them right on through tonight. Up next, race 10.
2-year-old filly Pacers.
The third division of the 2-year-old filly pace for $5,323. Fiber Care carpet cleaning blanket, a field of 6. Jason Beatty will drive the 5, rockin' and knockin'. And these are the horses. Number 1 is Delta Lady. The driver is Jeff Neisonger. Number 2, Noble Request, Sean Barker the second. 3 is Sando, driven by Dylan Fagan. Number 4, She's So Fast, Hank Levan drives. 5, rockin' and knockin', Jason Beatty. And number 6 is Zuma Diva, Carson Conrad in her sulky.
I missed Hank Levan. She's So Fast. I don't even see She's So Fast on the racetrack.
I do not see her. You are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 5 that we had in the post parade. Only 5 on the track, and she's coming. I can see her way out there. So she will be here, but on the rail, Delta Lady, Jeff Neisonger trains and drives this Catch the Fire out of a roll with Joe Mayer Sugar on the beach. Trying to go 3 in a row. She went wire to wire at Chillicothe and Troy. Timed the faster mile last time out at Troy in 2:01 and 1. 10 starts on the year with 7 wins and 2 second-place finishes. $32,000 made, originally a $20,000 purchase.
Come on, now do that. Going for.
What are you saying?
Do it like it's supposed to be said. Going for 3 in a row in Ohio.
Oh, sorry. All right, ready? I'll redo it.
Yeah.
Delta Lady going for 3 in a row in Ohio.
Oh, that's better. Number 2 is Noble Request. Brian Roebuck is the trainer. Sean Barker, 1-2, is the driver. 2-year-old filly, Pandarosa. Brian is also the owner. 1 of 8 this season. Does have 4 seconds. Was a winner at Hilliard, Franklin County Fair in 2-1 and 2. That was way back about 6 starts ago. Last time out at Salina was 6th in 2 minutes flat.
Brett Schwartz sends out Dylan Fagan and Sando. This is a Pet Rock filly. Last time out at Troy had a 2nd place finish, but I want to go 3 back at Piketon. Also a 2nd place finish, but timed a pretty nice mile. And 1:59 and 2 final quarter, 30 and 1/5. She has hit the board 6 times in 7 starts, but still looking for the very first lifetime win.
The 4 horses, She's So Fast. Winchester Bay Acres, the owner. Orlando, Florida. Hank Levan trains and drives. 2-year-old filly by Me So Fast out of Lodi by Real Desire. 1 of 11, 6 seconds and 2/3. That's 9 times. First, second, or third in 11 starts.
Fastest 2-1-1 at Urbana. That was 2 back. Raced, or actually 3 back. Last charter line shows Salina 2 minutes and 3/5. Horse raced at Greenville. You remember where this one finished?
I do not.
She's So Fast, the 4, Hank Levan.
Jason Beatty up for Kane Kaufman on the 5, Rockin' and Knockin'. This is another Pet Rock filly. 3 lifetime starts, has yet to hit the board. I think really out here today, we're going to just want to stay flat. She's made a break in every single one of those starts. Last time out at Troy, though, made a jump off right out of the gate. Still timed her mile in 2:02 and 4, so seems to be getting a little bit better.
6 horse Asuma Diva. Steve Carter, Carson Conrad, Willard Taylor, and Stephen Carter, the owners. Billy Taylor sitting right behind us here in the grandstand. 9 starts, 5 wins. Fastest 2 minutes at Piketon. Second last time out at Rock Springs. 2-6 and 2. Doug Ballinger with a call of the 10th.
Off stride before the start to 5, Rockin' and Knockin'. And they're off and pacing. She's So Fast. Hank Levan go right to the front. Noble Request comes out in second. Racing third is Delta Lady as they move into the turn. Delta Lady jumps it off. Sando now moves up in that third position. Zuba Diva is next, and Delta Lady after that miscue fifth. And Rockin' and Knockin' trails the field as they head up the backside. She's So Fast has the lead and has it by a length across the backside for the first time. Noble Request is next. Sando is third. Zuma Diva fourth. Racing fifth is Delta Lady. And trailing the field is Rockin' and Knockin' as they step by the opening quarter. Me So Fast takes the fillies by the quarter and 30 and a fifth around the turn. Getting that 2-hole trip around the turn to the 3/8 is Noble Request. Racing third is Sando. Pacing next and fourth as it passed the stand for the first time. Zuma Diva. Delta Lady is next in fifth, and Rockin' and Knockin' trails the field. Straight alignment coming to the halfway point. No movement as yet. First to move on the outside. Here comes Carson Conrad, and Zuma Diva was fourth, now third on the outside. She's So Fast has the lead. Zuma Diva up on the outside, racing second. Noble Request third, halfway home. 101 and 2 fifth. Sando will move to the outside fourth. Delta Lady is fifth, trailing the field. Rockin' and Knockin' across the backside. They go for the final time. She's So Fast has got every call. Racing second, Noble Request getting the trip. Zuma Diva's on the outside, the long mile third. Sando getting into it fourth. Delta Lady fifth. Rockin' and Knockin' trails the field. They're into the turn. She's So Fast has the filly pacers by the 3/4 and round the turn as they come to the top of the stretch. It's She's So Fast. 3/4, 131 and 3. She's So Fast by 2. Noble Request second. Sando third. Racing for Zuma Diva coming to the line. She's So Fast, gate to wire. Hank Levan gets his second on the card. Noble Request second. Sando home third. The time 2:01, 1/5.
2:01 and 1. That was all. She's So Fast. Hank Levan adds another training and driving victory on the night.
Been a bridesmaid most of the year. 6 second-place finishes, though, gets the second win this season. 2:01, 1/5. Final half, 59 and 4. Final quarter, 29 and 3. She's So Fast. The mile equals the lifetime mark for She's So Fast.
I have unofficial 4-2-3-6 across the wire. Say right before the gate, Rockin' and Knockin' jumped it off, but then we also had a breaker in Delta Lady in the first turn. A little uncharacteristic for her. Hasn't made a break in many starts. Who did the betting favorite? Oh, the betting favorite was the one.
Delta Lady.
Delta Lady. And our winner went off 4-1.
You know, I mentioned on the broadcast the other night at Greenville on Saturday night that it might have been the first racing program at the Darke County Fair that Jeff Nicehonger was shut out. No wins.
Wow.
I saw him tonight. He says, you know, I think you're right. He said everything that I had made mistakes, or I made a mistake or something like that. And it was really a rough night Saturday. But
Well, we still have 3 more. So Jeff's got a couple more chances to hit the winner's circle for the night. But first, let's give it over to Hank.
$23. Number 4, She's So Fast. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Me So Fast. Out of the Real Desire mare, Elodie, her second of the season. She's owned by the Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated of Orlando, Florida. She's a homebred. Hank LeBand trains and drives the winner. Hank goes back-to-back, getting his second winner of the evening. The mile 2:01.1 for She's So Fast. Blanket by Fiber Care Carpet Cleaning. Results are official. Number 1, Delta Lady 5. 2, Noble Request 2. 3, Sando 3. Number 4, She's So Fast, the winner. 5, Rockin' and Knockin' 6. And number 6, Zuma Diva 4. The mile, 2:01.1/5. 30 1/5, 1:01 2, 1:31 3. Top down will read 5-2-3, 1-6-4 on the bottom.
11th race coming up. Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace, second division, $5,002 on the line. Field at 5 to go postward. Pierce Henry drives the 5. It's time to Cody. Back with the 11th in just a few moments.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at OHHA.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Headed into race 11 tonight, the Allen County Fair here in Lima, Ohio. Up next, the second division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers. It'll be a shorter field, still not a short field by any means, but just 5 are going to go behind the gate. It has been such a wonderful night, hasn't it, Roger?
Oh, I love the horses. The one horse's name, Cleveland's Top Rookie. How's he doing, I wonder? The quarterback, Sanders. Have you seen any of the Cleveland games?
I haven't. My husband, I can say that, is a Pittsburgh fan.
Oh, well, then
Yep.
he's a great guy.
His dad was raised in Ligonier. Do you know where Ligonier is?
Oh, yeah. Home of Arnold Palmer.
Really? I did not know that. So he was raised in Ligonier outside of Pittsburgh, and so naturally is a Steelers fan, and therefore his boys are too. So
yeah, they got an airport there, and it was Fort Ligonier at one time.
Okay.
Not the Civil War, even before that. Oh, it's a big historical site. Been there a few times. Never flown out of Ligonier yet.
Roger, we're...
You're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
You realize there are probably more fans who are fans of the Pittsburgh Steelers than any other pro football team in the world. I remember one time we went to a game at Tennessee.
Okay.
And there were over 3,000 people in the parking lot having a Steeler party.
Jack said that a handful of times.
Alabama.
Yep, from everywhere.
Everywhere.
Why is that?
Gary Bradshaw.
Really?
Led the foundation, back in the 70s when they won, 5 straight Super Bowls or 5 out of 6 or something like that. But tremendous fan base. I was a Cleveland Brown fan growing up as a kid. Kept statistics in the living room, watching the game, how many passes the quarterback threw and how many receptions and fumbles and everything. Kept all the statistics, field goals, you name it. And then, of course, I went to Pompano and became a Miami Dolphin fan. And then when I went to Pittsburgh, what else?
Yep.
Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And by the way, the Bengals, one of these days, will have a dynasty. But there is already a Bengal dynasty.
Okay.
It's a hotel in Wales. It's named Bengal Dynasty.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Doug and I, before you hopped up here, were just talking about having to be in the right place at the right time and how Doug eventually met you, and that was a topic of conversation early on. And he said that you went to Pompano and I had no idea that you worked for Pompano either.
1967 through 75.
Did you?
Yeah. Final night. They wouldn't let me announce my final night there. Alan Finkelson was the publicity director. Anybody in harness racing knows who Alan Finkelson is. And he says, "You're not announcing tonight. You're having dinner in the clubhouse. I've got a special guest. I know you'll want to meet him." So I get there, and like always, I'm early. I was probably there half hour before Alan showed up with his guests. During that dinner, my final night at Pompano, I didn't get to say one single word. I sat there and watched these two guys go back and forth all night long, Alan Finkelson and George Steinbrenner, the owner of the New York Yankees. And it was one of the most great nights of my entire life, listening to these two guys. They were just like guys off the street, language, everything.
Yep.
Oh, but of course, the Yankees trained right there in Fort Lauderdale, and every night Mickey Mantle or Whitey Ford or Yogi Berra would be in the clubhouse at Pompano Park.
Roger, you've lived a life. I think you know that, though, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I'm luckiest guy in the world. What was it Lou Gehrig said? I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Always happy to be up here with you, Roger.
Horses coming to the track here for this 11th race. Total of 13 coming your way. 13 again tomorrow night. Airtime about 6:25 for more racing from the Allen County Fair.
So we just have 3 that stepped. Oh, there's another one. There's 4 out, the 5 that we're looking for.
Oh, we got a gray in this one.
We do. Who is that? Oh, it's considered a roan, the 5-horse.
5-horse.
Who are we missing? I see the 1, maybe the 4. Roger, how do you even, when you're announcing, when it gets dark out, I'm only 27, and the colors start to bleed together on me. How do you do it? By drivers?
Well, definitely by drivers, but the color-coded saddle pads have made it a lot easier because sometimes, you can't see the driver. Sometimes you can't see the saddle pad.
Yeah.
So you go with both. But basically, it's the driver, I think. Now, if you go to a new place, you got a bunch of new drivers that you're not familiar with, then you depend on the saddle pads. Like when I go to another track out in Alberta, Canada, or someplace like that, you go with the saddle pads to help you because you've probably seen very few of the drivers in the past. Except when you go to Wales, and they're the old school. The first race, all 8 horses or 10 horses, red saddle pads.
Yep. Here's the bugle in the post parade for race 11.
For the 11th race, the second division of the 3-year-old colt pace for $5,000. $2, sponsored by Citizens National Bank. Pierce Henry to drive number 5. It's Time to Cody. And these are the horses. Number 1 is Cleveland Top Rookie, driven by Alex Hawk. Number 2 is Robin the Fire. Sean Barker, the second, drives. 3, Cruising Along, driven by Jason Beatty. 4, Cruising Over Fire, Jeff Nysonger. And number 5, It's Time to Cody, Pierce Henry in the sulky.
Field of 5. Starting on the rail, we have Cleveland Top Rookie, Alex Hawk in the bike for Phil Groves. Do have a line to be announced from Salina. Not sure how he finished there, but before that at Salina, or excuse me, I think I just mixed up my words. Have a line to be announced at Greenville, but another one back at Salina was a wire-to-wire winner in 1:56.2 final quarter, 28 flat. He's hit the board 13 times in 18 goes this season, including 6 wins, $26,000 in the bank so far this year.
I don't know if the two horses Robin the Fire or Rob in the Fire, but we'll find out from Doug. Logan Rowe is the trainer. Sean Barker, 1-2, is the driver. 3-year-old gelding to Catch the Fire. 2 of 11 this season. 7 times, first, second, or third. 155-3 at Miami Valley. The fastest was a winner 3 back at Ottawa in 2:01. Last time out at Sydney, 2:02-1, finished 5th.
Travis Redden sends out the 3, Cruising Along, Jason Beatty in the bike of this Catch the Fire. 12 lifetime starts, and they've all come this year as a 3-year-old with a single win and an additional 3 second-place finishes. Last time out at Troy was second by less than a length. Time to mile there in 1:59.4, but we look deeper. Paces consistently in 53 and a piece over at Scioto.
I just noticed 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all by Catch the Fire. Jeff Nysonger drives and trains Cruising Over Fire. Myron Kester, Nysonger Stables, and Benson Roth, the owners. 5 of 18 this season. 3 seconds, 2/3, 10 times, first, second, or third, and 18. Banked 23,000. 157-3 at Wilmington. A winner 2 back at Chillicothe in 159-4. Last time was 4th at Troy, timed in 59-2.
Pierce Henry and Robert Brooks are going to team up once again on the 5. It's Time to Cody. This is a roan gelding by Lost in Time. Last time out at Napoleon was 3rd in 2:12. Still looking for the very first lifetime win, but does have $3,500 in the bank. It's time to mile in 2 minutes and 1/5 at Tiffin. A field of 5 for the second division of sophomore colt pacers. Here's Doug Ballinger with the call.
They're off and pacing on the outside, Cruising Over Fire for the lead. Cleveland Top Rookie on the inside, protecting that inside position. Into the turn, Robin of Fire racing 3rd, racing 4th, Cruising Along and trailing the field. It's Time to Cody as they head up the backside. Cleveland Top Rookie has the lead, has it by a length. Cruising the Fire now will take that 2-hole trip. Racing 3rd across the backside, Robin of Fire racing 4th, Cruising Along and trailing the field. It's Time to Cody by the opening quarter. Cleveland Top Rookie shows the way. Cruising Over Fire right there, nose to helmet. Robin of Fire 3rd. Cruising Along's out and on the move on the outside. Now 4th at the half. 29-3 around the turn. It's Time to Cody. Trails the field on top of the field. Cleveland Top Rookie, Alex Hawk, first up on the outside. Cruising Along, getting that trip on the inside. Cruising Over Fire. Robin of Fire the inside and trailing the field. It's Time to Cody. They're halfway home. And Cleveland Top Rookie has the lead and has it by a neck. On the outside as they move into the turn. Cruising Along. Racing 3rd. Cruising Over Fire at the half in 101-2. 2/5. Racing for the Robin of Fire, trailing a field. It's time to Cody across the backside for the final time. Cleveland Top Rookie by a neck, cruising along second, cruising over Fire, ready to come to the outside. He'll have to come 3 wide. Robin of Fire fourth. It's time to Cody, trails the field. They're into the far turn, and here comes cruising over Fire and Jeff Nysunger. They're now third. They scoot back up the inside, cruising along. Cleveland Top Rookie. They come to the top of the stretch. 3/4, 1:31.4 with the lead. Cleveland Top Rookie trying to take them all the way, cruising over Fire, trying to shake loose. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. Cleveland Top Rookie cruising over Fire. On the line, Cleveland Top Rookie cruising over Fire, tight for that show position. The mile, 2 minutes, 2/5.
Final half, 59. Final quarter. 28-3. Steppin' coming home. Cleveland Top Rookie. Maybe this is the year.
Is that an omen or a
if Sanders starts, he's got a horse named after him. Cleveland's Top Rookie. Don't have an S in there, but I bet you they didn't have room to put the S.
Probably
3,
not,
6, 9, 12, 15, 18. You know, that's why I'm one of those announcers that always says the initials N at the end of a horse's name or something like that, because it is part of the horse's name.
Yeah.
You could, if it has N on the back and you do a space N, then you could have no more than 16 letters for the name.
Okay, because that's part of the characters.
The space and the other, if it's a 2-letter thing, AS. Of course, that's a stable thing. We talk about those. Bob Key, who went into the Immortal Hall of Fame at Goshen this year. I had the pleasure to introduce him to the Hall of Fame. I said to a couple announcers, are you going to say whatever it is, K at the end? And they said, well, no. I said, well, how do you know it's not Kentucky?
We do have Alex Hawk winning his first of the evening. Here is Cleveland Top Rookie back for the presentation.
For $5,002. Number 1, Cleveland Top Rookie. The 3-year-old bay gelding by Catch the Fire out of the artificial mare. Call Me Cowgirl. 7th of the season for the winner. Philip Gross, Sydney, Ohio, owns and trains. Alex Hawk in the sulky. The mile, 2 minutes and 2/5. This race sponsored by the Citizens National Bank. Results are official. Number 1, Cleveland Top Rookie, the winner. 2, Robin the Fire, 3, cruising along 4, cruising over Fire 2. The 5, It's Time to Cody 5. The mile, 2 minutes, 2/5. 29-3, 101-2, 131-4. Top down, 1, 3, 4, 2, 5 on the bottom.
Penultimate race of the card. Race 12 coming up next here on the OHHA Facebook, YouTube broadcast from the Allen County Fair in Lima, Ohio. A field of 6 3-year-old filly trotters up next after these messages.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Back here for the 12th race coming up, 3-year-old filly trotters, Ohio Colt Racing Association. One of the oldest staking organizations in harness racing.
Is it?
Yeah, I know it goes way back to 1960 and even farther back than that, so that right there would be 65 years.
How old is Home Talent? I thought Home Talent is older. Is it not?
It might be. When I started in '60, every fair that I had, I think, was OCRA.
Mm-hmm. So you probably remember it when we were broken up into many more than just 4 circuits. What the OCRA kind of absolved.
There were some other circuits that formed up in the northeastern part of the state, northwestern part of the state. Yeah. But OCRA is, I cut my teeth on those. Lebanon, Hamilton, Urbana. Of course, Urbana, they had the Champaign Futurities and I think the Buckeye Futurity and Champaign Futurity.
Okay.
And I walked into the Mount Vernon race office, and they had pictures of the Champaign Futurity, and I thought it was always at Urbana, but it may have got its start in Mount Vernon and then transferred to Urbana.
I don't know, because Urbana is Champaign County.
Yeah,
so
I
that
know.
would make most. I wonder, do you think there was a trainer there at Mount Vernon at one time? that
Well,
maybe.
Buxton trained at Mount Vernon at
Oh,
one time.
really?
At one
So
time.
maybe that was the connection.
Yeah, because Dickie Stillings over at the Meadows started out working for Dick Buxton, and he lived in Mount Vernon.
That's
my favorite story about Dick Buxton. Of course, everybody thinks now Urbana, of course.
Mhm.
You tied with her. And Dick was racing a horse at Mount Vernon, and he thought he won the race. And we announced the other horse, the winner, and he come charging out of the, gave the horse to somebody and come running across the infield, and man, he was hot. I won that race. I know when I win. I know when I win, and I won that race. They showed him the photo finish picture, and it showed him finishing second, beating ahead.
Oh, ahead even.
Oh, yeah. He says, man, I'm sure I won that race. That later that season or the beginning of next year, they brought out the county engineer and surveyed the racetrack with the photo finish booth.
Okay.
Buxton was correct. They had the finish line at Mount Vernon was straight across the track. It had a angle to it.
No way.
Yeah, but that was back in the early '60s. Nobody's around now.
But
to
still,
complain.
the fact that he was like, "Oh, I know, I always want to race," and he was right.
Harry Shannon was the photo finish operator. It wasn't him that supposedly they had surveyed it and had the thing out, but then whoever surveyed it made a mistake that one year.
Huh. My mom also pretty much got her start under Dick Buxton.
Yeah.
Yep. She, of course, I am third generation, but my grandpa, my mom's side, kind of just hobby trained here and there. And when it comes
Who
to
was your grandpa?
his name is Richard Dingledine, but there's also
I should have known.
and because there's a couple of them.
yeah.
Because my uncle Richard Dingledine is
Yeah.
who we'll see on the track every once in a while, but
Your uncle raced at Old Wheeling Raceway in Wheeling, West Virginia. And I went, the first year I was with the OHHA, I think it was in 2020, the banquet, or one of the banquets was there at Urbana.
Yep, the OCRA
And
banquet
I was
is.
sitting at the same table with Rich, and he had introduced himself to me. And I'm thinking real quick, your colors. And I hit him right on the butt.
Yep. Red, black, and green.
Yep. I didn't remember the green. I said red and black. The only green he had was money.
That's always the hope, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we have just 3 horses out on the track. Roger, I almost feel like we're slowing down.
We have
We
slowed
are
down
slowing
considerably.
down.
From the first 5 races, yes, we've slowed down.
We're looking for 6 on the track, and now there are 5, and I might be seeing the final one make his way. But I definitely thought our horsemen would want to get on the gas and get out of here, too.
I think in the first 5 races we got done in an hour and 10 minutes.
You were on time for those.
Yeah.
You were right on the money for those. So as we wait for one more, here's your reminder that Roger, Doug, and I will be right back here tomorrow at Lima, day 2 of 2 with a 6:30 p.m. post time. And then also,
and again, 13 races.
there are 13. And there is the bugle. Also, tomorrow we will have a 3 p.m. post at Woodsfield and another 6:30 p.m. post at Hicksville.
Woo! 3 of them tomorrow.
Plenty more to come, too. Labor Days always
it's
are.
It's hard to imagine that 2/3 of the county fairs have now been completed.
Is it?
Yeah. We're at 42, 43 of 65, so figure.
12th race. 3-year-old filly trot, 3rd division. $4,062, sponsored by Bluffton Stone Company of Bluffton. Alex Hawk will drive the one. Mouse on the Hill. These are the horses. Number 1 is Mouse on the Hill, driven by Alex Hawk. Number 2, Miss Big Gal, driven by David Justice. 3, Whispering Breeze, Jeff Nyssonger drives. 4, Just a Classic with Ed Greeno Jr. 5 is Madam L, Hank Levan. And number 6 is Strike a Pose, Manny Miller in the sulky.
Can you get a shot of the 2-horse and David Justice? Can you get a shot of him on the track? Look at where his knees are. It is evident that David Justice is not using his sulky in this race. That is the sulky of the trainer, Randy Rank. All the other drivers, the knees are almost straight out with the feet, but David Justice's knees are pointed straight up in the air. And that has to be kind of uncomfortable.
So you can see it all the way. He's already on the backside, and you can see it all the way from where we're sitting.
And that reminds me of 2 gentlemen in harness racing back in the 60s. Doc McMillan.
Okay.
You've heard of him, I'm sure. And Jan McPherson, who was his second trainer.
Okay.
Their colors were identical. The only difference was Doc McMillan was about 5'10", and Jan McPherson was about 6'3".
Really?
Yeah. And his knees were straight up in the air because all the sulkies were set for Doc McMillan.
Yep. Well, we'll see if that'll slow David Justice down any today.
Here we go. Number 1, Mouse on the Hill. April Roach is the trainer. Alex Hawk, the driver. A 3-year-old filly, but What the Hill, owned by Hunter Daly. 1 of 11 this season, 2-6-2 at Sydney. That was 5 back. Last race we see here is Salina, finishing 5th in 2-3-3.
Miss Big Gal leaving from the 2-hole. David Justice in the bike for Randy Rank. Still looking for the very first lifetime win for this 3-year-old filly by Mr. Anson.
The 3, Whispering Breeze, Pamela Young, Jeff Nicehoner, 3 of 10, 2 minutes and 4/5. Back-to-back second-place finishes, Chillicothe and Salina.
Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives the 4. Just a classic. 2 back at Attica. Had a second place in 2:05 and 2.
The 5 is Madam L. Hank Levan trains and drives 1 of 13. That win was way back in June for Madam L. Lately, 2:06 and 1 at Troy.
Strike a pose. Manny Miller in the bike for Rory Moore. Coming right off of a win from Troy in 2:01 and 1. Here is Doug Ballinger with the 12th.
They're off then trotting. That's Whispering Breeze along with Just a Classic and Madam L as they battle for the lead on the outside. Strike a Pose and Manny Miller is 3 wide. Strike a Pose up on the outside has grabbed the lead. Whispering Breeze will give way second, trotting third as they race around the turn. Just a Classic next and fourth. On over to the opening quarter, Madam L, and at the back, Mouse on the Hill along with Whispering Breeze is ahead up the backside. Whispering Breeze is in the 2-hole behind the leader. Strike a Pose going to the opening quarter, racing next and third. By that opening quarter is Just a Classic. By the quarter, 29 and 4. Madam L racing fourth. Mouse on the Hill next and fifth and trailing a field. See race on over to the 3/8 mark. This Big Gal way back out of contention trails the field. On top, Strike a Pose. Manny Miller have the lead and they have it by the length. Field of trotters in straight alignment as they pass the stand for the first time and come to the halfway point. Racing second is Whispering Breeze and Nicehoner. Just a Classic. Greeno Jr. is third. Fourth is Madam L with LeBan trotting fifth. Mouse on the Hill and Alex Hawk the half in 1:01 and 3/5 and trailing a field. Miss Big Gal on the 5/8 they go with the lead. Strike a Pose out and on the move on the outside. Madam L, Hank Levan was fourth, now third, now second. Madam L strides forward, is on the leader's wheel. Racing third to the inside. Whispering Breeze trotting fourth across the backside is Just a Classic. Mouse on the Hill fifth and trailing a field. Miss Big Gal, they're into the far turn and Strike a Pose has the lead and has it by a neck, but Madam L is coming at her on the outside. 3/4 in 1:33. Whispering Breeze is third. Racing fourth, Just a Classic. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. It's Strike a Pose and Madam L. They're going at it on the front end. Their strides apart. On the inside, Strike a Pose is almost there. Either Strike a Pose or Madam L. It'll be a photo for win.
I can tell you, no question about the winner. It was Strike a Pose. Emmanuel Miller getting the victory. Good, solid neck, I think.
I would agree with that. Doug called it a photo.
Rory Moore is having one great year for a limited number of horses. He had one earlier here tonight and gets this second win of the night for Rory Moore. It shows in the thing that he's had 49 starts with 9 wins, 11 seconds, and 10 thirds. So I don't know if Rory's driving anymore or not, but he's having a great year as a trainer. In a small stable.
I do think that final mile time Doug gave us was 2:02 and 3.
2:02 and 3.
Strike a Pose. That was 9 seasonal starts, not just 6 wins. Yep, and there he was confirming the 6 over the 5. Unofficial 6-5-3 across the wire. I believe 2:02 and 3 for that final mile time. Manny Miller gets a double, as well as Roy Moore as a trainer.
Manuel Miller with over 50 wins. Or 50. This one here just completed. Oh, he won earlier tonight, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yes. This would be number 51.
Now, Emmanuel works for Chris Beaver, yes?
I cannot confirm or deny.
I think Matt Clark knows. I don't know if Matt Clark's watching.
I know he drives a bit
Yeah.
for Chris. But I don't remember seeing him there when we did
You're right.
a freshman focus.
Because we saw Clifton Bell. He was there.
Yeah.
Here he comes back into the winner's circle. Strike a pose.
Ohio Colt Racing Association for $4,602. Number 6, Strike a Pose, the 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Up the Goal. Out of the picture, perfectly mare. Perfect picture. 6th win in 9 tries this year. The mile, 2:02 3/5. Rory Moore Grafton and Susan Sandstrom of Grafton, Ohio owned Rory Moore trains. Emmanuel Miller in the sulky. The mile, 2:02 3/5. This race sponsored by Bluffton Stone Company of Bluffton. Here's where they finished at 12th. Number 1, Mouse on the Hill, 5. 2, Miss Big Gal, 6. The 3, Whispering Breeze, 3. 4, Just a Classic, 4. 5, Madam L, 2. Number 6, Strike a Pose, the winner, the winning time, 2:02 3/5. Fractions were trotted in 29 and 4, 101 and 3/4, 133. 5, 6, 3, 4, 2, 1 on the bottom. 13th and final stop next. You'll have to play show.
Turning the page now, we have made it. The 13th and final. Third and final division, of course, of the 3-year-old Colt Pacers, going for a purse of $5,002, a field of 6. If you're following along in the program, the only change we have for you so far, Jason Beatty will now drive the 3. Sir Malachi. Join Roger and I back here shortly after a brief message from our sponsors.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
13th race and the final race on tonight's card coming up. Jason Beatty gets the call to drive the 3, Sir Malachi, for trainer Thomas Litt. 3-year-old Colt Pacers, 3rd division, field of 6 to go postward here at the Allen County Fair in Lima. And it has cooled off considerably.
I was about to say that, a same exact thing. Once the sun went down, there's not really a chill in the air, but there's quite a breeze blowing through the grandstands that's keeping us nice and cool. Last year, Roger, I remember being here, and it was so cold, I went back out to my car in the infield and grabbed my winter jacket that I keep in my trunk.
It's not necessarily cold, but it is 73 degrees. And it's on its way to a low tonight. Oh, man, this is right. 62?
Wow. A little bit different than what we've been used to all summer long.
One thing it says 62, and another part it says low of 66. So I'm not sure which is correct. But anyway, it's going to get at least 7 degrees cooler than it is right now.
Do you have any predictions of what the weather for Jug Week will be like this year?
Call me the day of.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard anything about the weather. I'll tell you one thing. At Delaware, we've had all kinds of weather. There was one year, the morning of Little Brown Jug, it snowed.
What year was that?
This was in the 50s.
Oh.
Because any time before 67, because I was just a fan.
Okay.
And we got there, it might have been 1958, 59, somewhere in that range. But when we get to Delaware, my first experience at Delaware, they used to have numerous tents around the fairground where they served breakfast. And the idea was to get to Delaware before the crowd. So the early arrivals got there 5:30, 6 a.m. The first place they'd go would be these church tents. And the flaps on the tents would still be down. They wouldn't raise it up, keep all the heat on the inside. And after you eat your breakfast, you take your chair and put it in front of the grandstand. First come, first serve for the location. Then you go through the entire barn area with your program, and you look for the horses that are in the jug. They didn't have a jug barn in those days.
Okay.
They were all over the fairgrounds. And the whole idea as a youngster was get to see Brett Hanover and all those horses. Of course, it's easy now. They got the jug barn with all the jug horses. But I remember one particular year, Adios Butler came back to time trial, and I think that was 1959, I think. I'm not sure on the year. And they hid him from the public. Didn't want anybody to see him. Or, they didn't want anybody hanging around the store. So we started looking. We couldn't find him. And that is when they still had the sale of yearlings on the Delaware County Fairgrounds. I found Adios Butler. He was in the middle of the C barn or whatever you call it.
That U barn.
Curly Smart was on one side. Dick Buxton was on the race side. Curly Smart was there too. And on the back side of that barn, totally away from the public, was where all the yearlings were that had been sold and not taken home the night before. And there was Adios Butler, a plain white trunk in front of his stall. And I might have been the only person that found him that day.
How long did it take you to find him? Do you remember?
Oh, a good hour.
Yeah.
Because you looked all the normal places, and we couldn't find him. And I knew that the yearlings were back there, and so we went back and looked, and sure enough, there he was.
Going to give it over to Doug for the final time. This evening, the post parade of the 13th, the third division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, a field of 6 to go behind the gate. Here's Doug.
For the 13th and final, third division, 3-year-old Colt Pace, $5,002. Bricky Farms of Elida, field of 6, number 1, Fear the Panda, with Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2 is Windy Night, Jeff Nysunger up. Number 3, Sir Malachi with Jason Beatty. 4 is Naked Berry, the driver Alex Hawk. Number 5 is Garoppolo, driven by Ryan Miller. And number 6, Serious Colt, Hank Levan in the sulky.
And one of our regulars that watch all these fair broadcasts is David Myrick, who's Charlie's dad. And yes, David, I even remember where your barn was at the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Headed in to race 13th, the field of 6 on the rail. Fear the Panda, Ronnie Gillespie drives for Randy Smith. This is a Fear the Dragon. Still looking for the very first seasonal victory. Last year was a pretty decent 2-year-old, coming on quite a bit slower. 2 back at Urbana, though, had a third place finish at 1:58.1.
The 2 horses, Windy Night. April Roach is the trainer. Jeff Nysunger gets the call. 3-year-old gelding, but well said, owned by Hunter Daly. 9 starts with 3 third-place finishes. Now, that last third-place finish was at Circleville way back June the 15th, timed in 2-2 and 3. Since that third-place finish, 5th, placed 5th, 6th, 4th, and 5th. Hoping to turn things around. The 2, Windy Night and Jeff Nysunger.
Thomas Litt is going to send out Sir Malachi. Jason Beatty up on this Do Me That Again gelding. So looking for a very first lifetime win. 16 starts here as a sophomore. Has had 4 second-place finishes and 2 third-place finishes to put $11,000 in the bank in 2025. He's been knocking on the door, though. Last 2 starts, he's had 2 second-place finishes. We go way back at Scioto, however. Timed a mile in 1:53.3.
I don't know if this is a true statement, but I'm told that this 4-horse is named for Barry Vickroy, the announcer at Scioto. Naked Barry. Mike Polhamus is the trainer. Alex Hawk, the driver. A 3-year-old gelding with Western Terror. 2 thirds and 15 starts. A third, 3 back. That was at Scioto Downs. Individually timed 59.3.
Garoppolo, Ryan Miller is going to stay in the bike for this one. This is a bit of a legend in. Has hit the board 8 times with 4 wins this year. $24,000 made for Garoppolo.
6 horses, Sirius Colt. Hank Levan trains and drives. 1 of 17. 8 times first, second, or third. Was third, 2 back at Salina. No time available.
They're off and pacing. Sir Malachi along with Naked Berry go right to the front. Into the turn, jumping it off all stride. Windy Night protecting that inside position is Fear the Panda. All stride, Sir Malachi. On over to the opening quarter they go, and Alex Hawk shows the way with Naked Berry. Will guide him up the backside, leading Fear the Panda by 2 lengths. Fear the Panda leads the rest of the field by 3 to 4. Windy Night next and third. Then it's another like to Naked Berry on the front end. On the inside, it's Garoppolo and Sirius Colt. Down the backside to the opening quarter. Around the turn, Naked Berry has the lead to an opening panel in 28 4/5. Fear the Panda right there second. Windy Night racing third. Moving to the outside, Garoppolo racing fourth and moves to the outside and makes the break. A miscue as they pass the stand for the first time and come on over to the halfway point with the lead. Naked Berry has the lead and has it by a length. Fear the Panda second, third on the outside. Sirius Colt up the inside. Windy Night fourth, fifth on the outside. Sir Malachi and trailing the field. Garoppolo, the half of a minute and 2/5. Down to the 5/8 they go on the backside. Naked Berry shows the way. Right there second. Fear the Panda getting the trip. Sir Malachi the outside. Racing on the inside as they head up the backside. Going on over to the 3/4 mark. That is Windy Night. They near the 3/4. Racing with the lead at the 3/4 mark, battling back. Fear the Panda, Naked Berry going at it on the front end. Racing next around the turn, Sirius Colt 3/4 in 1:30. Around the far turn with the lead, Fear the Panda has it by a length. Naked Berry is second, Sirius Colt is third. Sir Malachi on the outside fourth, Windy Night fifth. Inside the final 16th, coming to the line, on the line, Ronnie Gillespie and Fear the Panda. Naked Berry second, home third, Sirius Colt. Fourth, the 3, Sir Malachi. $159.2.
So the win goes to Fear the Panda by Fear the Dragon, a 3-year-old gelding. Randy Smith, the trainer. Amelia Smith, the owner, both from Xenia, Ohio. Ronnie Gillespie, is that his 3rd or 4th win tonight?
Could possibly be. We do have an inquiry on the unofficial winner.
Oh, missed that.
Say, but Doug just told us to hold all tickets. Not sure he told us what the inquiry is on, but our unofficial winner does have that posted against him right now.
He didn't say what it was for.
He did not. He just said hold all tickets. So Fear the Panda was a pretty decent 2-year-old last year. Hit the board 8 times in 17 starts. Made about almost $19,000, but he's really come on the scene a little bit slower. I thought both at Chillicothe and Urbana, when he finally hit the board again, that he was going to start to get better. Last time out at Salina, was leading the race. He tried to cut the mile and just stopped at the end. So, I mean, not sure what was different here tonight. Hopefully they figure that back out. But, again, he is the unofficial winner. Currently has an inquiry posted against him.
He has Ronnie has 3 wins on the card, and depending the fate of this inquiry, could have 4.
If he stays up, and say Ronnie is staying on the track, probably.
He's on the track.
Yeah,
back
he's
there.
he's on the track. I didn't know if he was going to stop and talk to Mike at all.
Well, he's headed to the. Oh, there.
He's thinking about taking another turn. I don't know. Yeah, he's going to take another turn. And also the 4 with Naked Barry, he also stayed on the track. And I do have, if it stays up like it is, unofficial across the wires.
Gillespie back to the starting gate, called judges stand. Ronnie Gillespie called.
Yep, so they're going to sit there and talk to Mike. But if it stays posted as they cross the wire, I have unofficial 1463. But there is currently an inquiry, not sure what on.
Well, Alex Hawk is also back there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's talked to the judges already or what. They did say an inquiry. Whether or not Hawk has filed an objection, we don't know that either, but he is back by the starting gate and assume that the judges have spoke with him.
Mm-hmm. And also, I mean, the 4-horse came across second, so maybe Hawk is just staying on in case he is placed up. The only thing that I might have seen was going into the final turn, because our 4-horse, Naked Barry and Alex Hawk, he pretty much cut the mile, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I saw Ronnie go to the inside of Alex to get, oh, 1 second.
So we'll wait and see what holds forth here. State of limbo as the judges discuss the issue. They talk to both drivers.
So a little bit of they are going to take a look at the 3/4 pole, what I just said, where I thought that I might have saw him go to the inside there of Alex Hawk, who was on the front end. Can get my Huff's guide back out. Who is our PJ here? Is it
David
Stats?
Yeah. He does a large number of county fairs here in the state of Ohio.
He's from Bucyrus.
Bucyrus.
That's his hometown. Where am I at here? Do not have our PJs, or we do have our PJ, so Dave Stats, of course, but our other judges I do not have listed.
No, they don't list it.
Sometimes they require, or not require, sometimes they request it, yep. Some of our, when we put together the Huff's Guide, some of them will request to have additional.
I don't remember ever seeing it.
Greenville is one.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, I did see that the other night. A lot of times the associate judges are members of the speed committee or, horsemen from that area that don't race a horse or something. The associate judges do not need a schooling to be an associate judge.
Oh, they don't?
No. All they have to do is be licensed by the state of Ohio Racing Commission. I never will forget I went to Greenville, Texas.
Oh.
The qualification of the one, Fear the Panda. Ronnie Gillespie, 2 winners circle.
So he's okay.
Yep, it's going to go as they cross the wire here. Should be unofficial 1463. We'll wait for Doug to give us that final rundown.
Gillespie gets his 4th win of the night. Now he's going the other way.
They just said to come back to the winner's circle.
Well, he's going the other way.
I don't know.
Maybe he didn't hear.
Oh, there he's taking a turn again.
Yeah. Take care.
And that should be the very first win of the meet, also for the Smith family.
Amelia is Randy and Jessica's daughter.
The 13th, the third division of the 3-year-old colt pace. Number 1, Fear the Panda, the 3-year-old bay go to the son of Fear the Dragon, out of the Feline Frisky mare. APP Panda. Amelia Smith, Xenia, Ohio. Randy Smith trains. Ronnie Gillespie gets his 4th winning drive of the evening here at the Allen County Fair. Fricky Farms of Elida. The blanket, the 1, Fear the Panda, Ronnie Gillespie. Results are official. Number 1, Fear the Panda, the winner. 2, Windy Night 5. Number 3, Sir Malachi 4. 4, Naked Berry 2. 5, Garoppolo 6. The 6, Serious Colt 3. 1, 59 and 2. 28 and 4, a minute and 2/5, 3/4, 1:30. 154, 263 on the bottom. Well, that wraps it up.
There we go, 13 in the books. Join us back here tomorrow. Roger, Doug, and I will be on air for day 2 of 2 of the Allen County Fair, starting at 6:30 p.m. Roger, any final closing thoughts for us?
I just hope the weatherman is wrong, because
oh,
they're
no.
calling for rain tomorrow afternoon. So.
Well, we'll be here regardless, of course.
Yep.
From everybody at OHHA, I'm Ashley Daly. Thank you. Have a great evening. We'll see you at a racetrack real soon.
Near you. Be there.